we're going to bring Dr. Cartella Wilkes to the stage. Hold on. Ladies, gentlemen, here she comes. Cartella Wilkes, straight from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Doctor, what? Come on. Do it. What? Let me turn you on. What? You do your thing, young lady. Oh, let me get my phone. Come on, stand up, everybody. Come on, let's give her a clap. She wants to feel important today. Let's make her feel important. Tell her. Okay. That's good.
It took a lot out of me. Thank you. All right. Are you okay? That one done. All right. How is everyone? Are we ready? Yes. This is very exciting. We have some amazing experts. You can turn it down now. Okay, but whatever. I know how to maneuver. Nevertheless, I am Dr. Cartella Wilkes. I am Charles. Can we? My theme song keeps playing. I usually just hear it in my head, but I hear it for real. All right, but as he turned that off, that is Mr. Charles, Mr. Compassionate, is actually my mentor. He has been that for the last 5 years. All right, I got the energy, y'all. I need you all to bring it here with me, too. We worked too hard. You all made it through COVID. Business is still standing. That was not hard at all. Do not give me the wolf look, because at the end of the day,
Wilkes,
you're going to...
Sorry, 1 second. Could you get your mic and hold it, if you don't mind?
Oh. I usually don't need one of these. All right. So we're going to start over a little bit. Before we even get started, I am going to give thanks to my mentor himself, Mr. Compassionate Charles. He is that of amazing. Yes. Put your hands together. He put this amazing event together to allow us as healthcare providers to break down walls, access to experts, and answer our questions to take our businesses to a next level. Is that exciting? It should be. You all have worked very hard to get to this point, so we want to make sure we allow you the network to bring you into our network. On your table, you should see a sign up for SC Cares. If you can be so kind to fill that out before lunch to turn that in. What that is an amazing network you want to get into. Mr. Charles, Compassionate Charles, how many of y'all have helped, or he helped you in any way in this room at all? Had conversations with them? All right, show of hands. That is awesome. He is that of an expert to help you bridge the gap, understand this field that we are in, and understand any obstacles that may come our way. Filling that SC Cares Out application would bring you into our network, and even past these conferences, you are able to access all of these speakers, all of this education on a continuous basis, okay? In due the respect of time, we're going to first start off with Max suffering for Paradigm. As a buyer for Max, Max was looking for a break from the hustle and bustle of the Brooklyn, New York, and decided to come down here to the South with us. He is a native of Brooklyn, New York, moved to Miami, so that's where he now resides. Basically, in a nutshell, Max helped you get credentialed with your community care network through the Veterans Affairs. He helps from the beginning to the end of it all. Max can also explain everything he does, but he is part of our amazing network that you will be able to access by joining the SC Cares. So let's give a round of applause for Max. Let's go. One second. It is. I'm a healthcare provider. So, real.
South Carolina, how y'all doing today? All right, I just want to, first of all, special thank you to Charles. What an incredible event we have here today. Super excited to talk with everyone here about the VA CCN, the Community Care Network, and how it allows providers such as yourselves to access and provide care for veterans in their homes and give them the care that they need. So, without further ado, let's get started. Navigating the VA in 2022 and beyond. I'm with the company Paradigm. We're based out of Miami. We currently work with over 1,000 providers across the country, helping them from getting credentialed and transitioned into the VA CCN, as well as once they are credentialed, streamlining their back office billing, as well as offering support to help providers continue to grow and be prosperous in this line of business. The VA CCN is a fee-for-service benefit that the VA offers, and it does differentiate from, some of you may have worked with the aid and attendance benefit. The aid and attendance is a pension. With the VA CCN, it's a fee-for-service, and what that means is you would be providing care directly on behalf of the VA, and the VA would be able to reimburse you for that care. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the process and how veterans get to you as providers a little bit later in this presentation. Now, another important topic I want to talk about is the third-party administrators. So, when the VA started the CCN, they brought on third-party administrators, and 2 of them actually. And the roles that they play over here are very important for providers to understand because you would be working with them quite often. Now, you have Optum and you have TriWest. I'm not going to focus on TriWest because it only relates to, as you see on the screen, the western states, western regions, and we are within regions 1, 2, and 3, which is handled by Optum. So I'm going to focus today on Optum. Now, their role in the network is 2 things. Number 1, if you want to become a provider, if you want to provide care to veterans, you have to get credentialed, and the credentialing process is handled through Optum. Now, once you're credentialed, Optum now loads you into the VA system, which allows you to be a provider in the vendor list so that the VA can refer you these VA clients. Now, another important role that they play is that they are the payer. And that means that once you're credentialed and you're providing care, Optum is going to be the one that pays you essentially for that care that you're providing through the VA. Now, the VA itself is still a very, very important role because they are still the referral source, and that is where the veterans themselves have to go through in order to get to you and receive that care. So that is where the VA falls into this, again, directly with the veteran and getting the veteran to the provider, and from the provider's edge, they're going to be working with the VA for the veterans as well as Optum for getting those payments, or if they're not credentialed, getting credentialed. So currently, what is the VA reimbursing? Now, the reimbursement rates are determined and they're published on the VA community fee schedule. You guys could look it up. Now, Paradigm has a tool. The link is on the page right over here. And that tool allows you to just punch in your zip code and it will give you what the reimbursement rate is. Now, the South Carolina average is currently at $30 an hour, which means in most cases you're looking at a $30 an hour reimbursement rate. The way the reimbursement rate works is actually going to be dependent on where the care is provided. So some of you may have worked with the VA in the past where the hospital determined the reimbursement rate. With the CCN, it's a more centralized way of getting those reimbursement rates out so that everyone's receiving this $30 an hour. Again, wherever the care is being provided, meaning wherever the veteran lives, that is going to be the determination of what that reimbursement is. All right. So, you get through the credentialing process. You get credentialed with Optum. You're now a provider with the VA. And what happens next? So, for a veteran, in order for a veteran to qualify for this benefit, it's actually determined on a case-by-case basis, which means there's no pre-qualification that has to be done on your end. If a veteran needs to receive this benefit, they go to the VA. If they're working already with a PCP, they can speak with them or their social worker, and they inquire about receiving this benefit. The VA would do an assessment, determine the eligibility, and if deemed eligible, the VA would then go ahead and get them assigned to an agency. Now, if the veteran has not yet worked with the VA, it's possible they have to fill out an application for benefits. It's called a 1010EZ. E for Edward, Z, zebra. EZ form, and if you just Google 1010 EZ form, it will bring you the PDF paper so they can actually go ahead and find it. So, now the veteran has gone through the VA, they're approved for the benefit, and the VA says, you're going to be assigned to a provider. Now you on the provider end want to make sure that, hey, I'm receiving this referral, can I start providing care? So what you're looking at on the screen is called an authorization letter. Now this is a very important piece of paper because without it, you would not get reimbursed from the VA if you provided care. So it's important that if you receive a consult or a phone call from the VA about a client, make sure you have your authorization letter before you start providing care. And the way you know it's an authorization letter, as you see over there, it says 107080 approved referral medical care. That is what it's going to say on the form. And there's always going to be a referral number. And you're going to need this referral number in order to submit claims to get payments. So if you don't have this form, you may have a consult or an assessment plan. It's very important that you make sure to have this authorization letter before moving forward and providing care. Now, you'll see over here it says Community Provider MPI. The way you know that it's actually assigned to you as a provider is that the VA will assign it to your NPI number. The NPI is a National Provider Identifier. It's a simple process if you don't have it set up, and it is required in order to get credentialed with the VA. One more thing I want to talk about on the referral form, and the referral letter is going to be many more pages than what we're going through. These are just two things I wanted to point out because it's very important to keep note of. Some providers in this room may have worked directly with the VA in the past, and that program was the VCA, not CCN, VCA. And some providers want to know, hey, I've been working with the VA, but am I credentialed with Optum? Do I have to go through that credentialing and go through the transition to move everything over to CCN, to Optum? One of the fastest and easiest ways to check that is if you look on the authorization letter, you'll notice that there's right there, it says Network, CC Network, Region 3. And that's how you know that this authorization, the payer for this authorization is going to be Optum and not the VA. Or if it said over there VCA, it means that the payer is the VA, and chances are it's likely that you do have to get credentialed. Now, if you get credentialed or when you get credentialed, you can just let the VA know that, hey, we're now CCN enrolled. Let's get the authorizations reissued so that we can bill them to Optum. Beautiful. What we have over here is a SEOC. A SEOC is a standardized episode of care. another very important aspect of the authorization letter, because providers are always asking, well, how many hours of care can I provide, right? How many hours will be reimbursed? And this, what you're looking at, is actually going to be on every single authorization and will allow you to understand how many hours of care you can provide for that client, with the minimum being 6 hours a week up to 24/7. And as you'll see, it says follow consult orders, because if you're getting a 24/7 authorization, it's extremely important to look at the notes to make sure that in many cases where there'll be a note that says there's 30 hours of care allowed for this veteran, because again, it is over the 16-hour regular authorization, but it's not 24/7. So if you receive an authorization and it says homemaker, home health aide exception, 168 hours, take a look at the notes, and like that you'll know how many hours are actually approved, and you won't run into a situation where you provided care that would not be reimbursed. Now there's two types of authorizations you're going to get for the personal care. This is for the non-medical personal care. One is the homemaker and home health aide. The other one is respite. Now, there are cases where providers would receive both respite and homemaker and home health aide. So it's another thing just to keep an eye out for, because the billing is also done with different billing codes. If you're working with homemaker, you may have to bill under one billing code. If you're getting a respite authorization, you may have to use a different billing code. Another thing to keep an eye out for on your authorization letters. So you're enrolled and you got your welcome letter from Optum, and Optum says, welcome to the network. Where do you go next? So it's very important as providers, even though you're added to this vendor list, the social workers of the VA are not yet necessarily familiar with you. They may not know who you are, or if you're even able or have the capacity to work with these veterans. It's important to go and make that phone call and just introduce yourself and let them know that, hey, we've gotten through credentialing, we're here now, we're excited to work with veterans, and we want to go, we're here and available. Here's our contact information, we're excited to work with you. And the VA actually publishes a care coordination list, which has every single hospital's care coordinator's number, and you can reach out to them and get in touch and just let them know. And again, this is after you're already credentialed with the VA through Optum. Another thing that we see a lot is that a lot of veterans that come to providers asking for help, they don't know the process. They're not aware, or they don't understand how to get set up. And this is where you as providers and agency owners can provide extreme value to these veterans by guiding them, by putting them in touch, explaining to them, hey, who do you speak to? Do you already work with the VA? It's good to speak with your current social worker. Oh, you looking to get the veteran benefit, but you're not yet in touch, you're not in the VA's healthcare system? Sure, you have to submit the application before you get in touch with them. So this is a very important way for providers to be able to help veterans that are getting lost in the process. It's always good to put them through to the VA, because at the end of the day, the VA is the one that determines whether or not they will be eligible for care. So by you helping them with that, it's a very helpful and productive way for you to help these veterans. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is for some, this may be relevant for providers that are already active and working with the VA, or providers that will eventually get credentialed. And these are the portals and systems that you want to have set up as a provider. HSRM. HSRM is the VA's portal, Health Share Referral Manager, for receiving authorizations. And what that means, and what we're seeing pretty much across the country, is that most VAs are utilizing the HSRM portal to send referrals to providers. Now, you will not be able to set this up until you're credentialed, but once you do get credentialed, this is one of the first things you're going to want to set up. And what happens is, and it depends, certain VAs have a little bit of a different process in this sense, but once you get in touch with the social worker and you accept the referral, they're going to have to send you that authorization letter. And remember, you don't want to provide the care if you don't have an authorization, because then there's no guarantee that you're going to get reimbursed. So the HSRM is an important portal to have set up. Another one is My VA CCM. This is Optum's portal for This is just Optum's general portal, and there's a few cool tools that they have over there and that helps providers. You may not spend too much time in it, but it's important to have that set up as well. And the last but not least is Optum Pay, and this is for once you're set up and you start providing care. Optum Pay is where you can set up your direct deposit so that you can receive your payments directly to your bank, and you don't have to rely on the snail mail and worry about that. So Optum Pay, again, is a very, very important thing to have set up so you can receive payments through Optum. Now, I want to speak about some of the primary issues that we see providers dealing with in this industry, and then I'll talk a little bit about what Paradigm does to help providers in this retrospect. Barriers to entry. For providers that are very new to this or are not sure where to get started with the process of enrollment, it can be very confusing to stay on top of it. Reaching out to Optum, getting the credentialing process started, communicating with Optum on whether something is needed. You don't want to be in a situation where Optum sent you an application so you can get started and you weren't sure what to do and your application got expired. And then you got to start from the beginning. That's not too fun. So, communicating and just getting through the credentialing process. Number two is, as many of you know, working with private pay is generally a very easy process because you can just charge the credit card of the client. With third-party administrator, with Optum, you're billing Optum, and Optum is the one paying you. So keeping on top of those payments, ensuring that all those claims are being sent out so that you get reimbursed, and then reconciliation just to ensure that everything is running smoothly on the back end. Number three is relevant to providers that have worked with the VA in the past or currently are enrolled and working with the VA and maybe had some issues where they had a few claims rejected or short paid and never had a chance to take care of it and are now sitting on these piles of AR with an outstanding balance that they're waiting to get paid from. And this is not a fun situation to be in as a business owner, no. So this is where Paradigm comes in. With the credentialing, Paradigm will help from initiating the credentialing application to working with our designated credentialing team just to keep tabs and keep you updated if there are changes in your status, if there's something that's needed from Optum, or if there's an update from Optum that you weren't notified about or that you may have gotten caught in the cracks. This is where Paradigm will be there to make sure that you're well aware and you're communicated with and you know exactly where things are. And like that, your enrollment will go to the end. Once you're credentialed, we'll provide education on ensuring that you understand the process and know how to get everything set up and make sure everything is in place for you to start working with these veterans. Now, once you start providing care, Paradigm offers a full back office billing solution, and what we do for you is essentially from A to Z claim management. We take the information, we take the shift reports, we create the claims, we submit the claims on your behalf, we scrub them to make sure that everything matches up to the latest and greatest billing protocols from the VA and Optum. We submit and track those claims until they're paid out, and we notify you once the payment goes out. And like this, you're well aware of where your VA stands, where your claims are holding. Paradigm would give you access to your own designated portal in the Paradigm system where you can track all these claims as well as set yourself authorization reminders. Authorization reminders is that an authorization letter is good for 365 days. Now, at the end of that, you either have to get it reissued, or if the veteran doesn't need the care anymore, well, then the authorization expires regardless. So it's important a month before, 30 days before that authorization is coming to expire, that you already start the process of getting in touch with their social worker and just letting them know that, hey, you know, Joe is about to lose his authorization. We need to set up another one so that they continue receiving care and they don't end up in a situation where there's a gap in their care. So you can opt in for a tool that Paradigm would essentially send you a notification reminding you 30 days before your authorization expires that, hey, you have an authorization coming to expire. Make sure to get in touch with the VA. Historical auditing. For providers that do have this situation, maybe through the transition during COVID from the VA to Optum, there were some claims that never got paid, or maybe you're just having some issues in general filing these claims. Paradigm has a 3-phase process where we work with the providers and the payer lines to get these claims paid out. Phase 1 is where we collect data related to these claims to see exactly what was paid, what hasn't been paid, why was it rejected. Phase 2, we perform the actual audit. We crunch all the data together and we say, okay, now we know exactly how much is still owed to the provider. And phase 3 is where we go through the corrective rebilling process. And what that means is that we're able to then go ahead and reprocess these claims correctly based on the errors or rejection reasons and ensure that they are paid. Again, the focus here and the focus that Paradigm has is for providers either in the beginning stage of their credentialing, or if you're already credentialed and want to just have an easier and streamlined solution so that you could focus on growing your business, providing care, and helping these veterans, Paradigm is here to help you streamline that process, help you grow your VA business, and help you prosper and provide care to veterans. The process for getting started with Paradigm, I would generally like to have a conversation with the owner individually just to understand the specific status and where they are holding. They would then sign an agreement with Paradigm, no lock-in clauses, and from there, depending on your status, if it's the enrollment, we'll get the enrollment started. If you're enrolled, we would then onboard you and get your billing started and set up. If you have an audit that we need to do, we would do that as well. And then from there, it's a very streamlined and smooth process. Now, if you'd like to get in touch with me, this is my contact information. Again, my name is Max. I'm with Paradigm. Super happy to be here today, and a great big thank you for everyone for coming out here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
All right. Okay. And for you all, don't worry about the slides. You will have access to all of the slides. All of this is also being recorded, so you will have access to this information after the event, okay? So while she gets that up and running, basically just to piggyback off the importance of credentialing, of being a business owner myself and being a VA provider, I can personally tell you Paradigm is heaven sent. We actually, as a personal experience with my company, we actually did the credentialing ourselves, and it took almost about 1.5 years. That is a long time. And so my advice, and that's what we get for these, the knowledge that we bring in, the reason we have these conferences, because we want to decrease or not have you to go through things that we went through. And having someone with that knowledge, being able to walk you through the credentialing process, get you through the system, because it's not easy. It's not easy. But you don't want to, as a provider, even if you're starting up your business, you don't want something like credentialing to hold you up where you can have put yourself and be doing other things, valuable things. And also, whether you're new, whether you're an old provider, whatever it may be, you want things, especially the VA credentialing, you want that to be set up correctly. You don't want to take shortcuts. You want to know the rules and the regulations even before you get started, because you want to start off right instead of going back from making mistakes. Everybody agree? All right. Can I get some smile? These masks, smile, do something. Give me some feedback, whatever it may be. Don't want to hold up too much time. We're going to keep it moving because we have a lot on the schedule, and time is very important. The next expert I bring to the stage, very, very, very expert within this VA system. This is Miss Jessica Jones. She is the administrative officer for the VA. She brings you a wealth of knowledge in regards to after you are credentialing, answering those questions for you, getting those authorizations. So she will go over a lot of important details as in regards to the Veterans Affairs. All right, Miss Jessica, let's give her a hand of applause. Feel welcome. I got this spray down for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hopefully I did this right, Jasmine. How y'all doing today? Hi. Well, my name is Jessica Jones. I am from the Department of Veterans Affairs. I am the Administrative Officer for Geriatrics and Extended Care. Take my mask off, COVID. And I'm excited to be here. I am an Army veteran, 8 years whole. I've been with the VA for about 9 years or so. All have been in management. So I'm really excited to kind of give you an education about the Department of Veterans Affairs and what we do. So, did I do this right? Help, Jasmine? Did I do it? Right? Not them. When in doubt. It's so advanced. Love it. Just trying to. Okay. Down button. Okay. All right, so John Frucci is our Chief of Geriatrics and Extended Care. I have with me Miss Arletha Tolan, who has been with the VA for about 3 years, and she has more than 20 years of nursing experience, and she's been with the GEC for a year. Her goal is to provide and ensure every patient and veteran receives care they need and deserve, okay? I want to also make mention with our staff, we have 8 RNs that are assigned to GEC. We have 4 administrative staff that are they're directed to me, and then we also have 3 social workers that are within our service line. Oh, this thing is, okay, that's just not. All right, so a little overview of extended care programs. So we have home and community-based programs, which the majority of you guys will fall under. Under my jurisdiction for administrative duties, I have adult day health care, home-based primary care, homemaker home health aid care, hospice care, palliative care, respite care. I do want to make mention with respite care, this can also go in-home, and we also do it in the community nursing home. We also have skilled care. We have program of all-inclusive care, also known as PACE, community nursing home, and the caregiver support. I wanted to kind of just give you guys this information because it's going to be a lot. Oh, can I? Okay, I guess I can. This link that we have is our Geriatrics and Extended Care national homepage. So this is our service area. So the Dorn-Columbia VA services all these counties. So we have a lot of work that goes on within my service. And so the outer areas here is all Charleston, but everything that's highlighted is Dorn. And then Aiken goes to Augusta. Roles and responsibilities. So roles and responsibilities within my team, we have the community health team that consists of a RN and a social worker. Their job is to review the consults to determine if the veteran meets eligibility of care, to participate in our programs. They also coordinate the care, so they're assigning those referrals, they're assigning your agencies. They're the ones who you're talking to if you have any questions. They're also processing reauthorizations that once you are in network and you can receive VA referrals, they're the ones that's going to be reprocessing those reauthorizations for you. They also complete reassignments, so if there's something in your agency that no one wants to use you, they also do those reassignments. They provide oversight for our programs, and then they also provide customer service. So roles of my administrative team, there's my administrative team's VA email group. Please utilize this, especially if you're missing any financial authorizations that you have once you become a network. They are also responsible for obtaining your doctor's signature for 485 care plans for the skilled side of the house. They also assist me with, well, I do all the billing questions that you guys have, and then they also assist with obtaining your authorizations. So they're the ones that process those authorizations, and we also, this is really important, please allow up to 72 hours for those authorizations. So, but we've always done it this way. We're talking about changes. And so one thing to improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. Okay? So one of our things is VA expectations when working with us. We want to make sure that you guys have enough staffing. One thing that we definitely face with dealing with our programs is not having enough staffing. You know, you can't complete the service. So therefore, the veteran is a delay in care. And so only thing when we're asking definitely, well, several things, but what we have found is that it's not enough staffing. Service and veteran at least 80% of the time. So when a referral does go to you, please be able to service that veteran at least 80%, okay? VA referrals are accepted with minimal rejection, adequate time. Please let us know. If you can't service the veteran, let us know, just call us. We have a lot of contact information. You can send an email. I work better with email. I love email, just email. Customer service, make sure that your customer service is on point, okay? We understand that it is your business, and one thing I definitely want to say that the VA will not dictate how you run your business. How you run your business is how you run your business, right? The only thing that we make sure that you guys are ethical about when you run your business, and just to make sure that you're providing that good customer service, making sure that the service is there, making sure that you're veteran-centered. And I understand, we know the family members can be difficult. Whew, I'm gonna say that again. We know that family members can be difficult, but we're asking that you just work through those challenges, work through those, you know, the sister who just loves, you know, their brother, or, you know, or I love daddy. And so just, you know, going through those challenges. We're asking that you have no minimum service requirement. So one thing that we are running into that you know, some vendors won't service a veteran if it's only 2 hours, or 5 hours a week. 6 hours, I believe, is what we really, 6 and 10 is what we run into. But sometimes if they fall within that case mix tool, we can't, you know, we can, but we just ask that you just not have a service minimum required when conducting business. One thing that we definitely want to put out there is unlawful, discriminatory practices. We do not participate in those. We will not tolerate any, including workplace harassment or any of those things, okay? Technology, please keep up with us. Please keep up with us. If your fax machine is down, if you have changing in numbers, changes in anything within your businesses, please let us know, because that is how we communicate with you. okay, is through technology. A little overview of VA expectations, okay? So one thing I definitely wanted to talk about is changes. I know that some of you guys know that there's changes within the geriatrics and extended care service line, and one of those things is points of contact. I will say that with staffing and things, Mr. Alexander, who has been great with GEC, his responsibilities have changed. So if you have been trying to get in contact with him, he is not with GEC right now. So if you would just please contact me, and my information is on the slides, okay? So one thing I also wanted to talk about, which is VA contracting, and just kind of make mention, I promise you, I think Mr. Mack should have did my Optum presentation, because I think he did a phenomenal job. But the VA contracting, what the difference is. So VA is contracted with Optum, okay? And so if you actually look at Optum, you have Optum, and then it's you guys as pretty much what I look at it as subcontractors, right? So when a lot of the times when we do get asked about becoming in network with VA, or they're already in network, it's like, well, I'm in network with VA, so I'm automatically gonna get the business. Not necessarily, okay? The VA chooses who they can do business with, okay? So it's a great thing that you guys are gonna get in network with Optum, which we'll go over with the slide, but please keep in mind that VA contracting doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do business with you, okay? So VA schedule, I'll skip over future state, but the VA schedule is on the Office of Community Care, okay? You guys have access to this every day, every year actually, I'm sorry. When it does update, you guys will be able to access this VA schedule, which I will give you the link or show you where the link is. Finding information and resources, the best way to find out information about our practices and what we do is the Office of Community Care. So these programs are housed in Office of Community Care. How we do it is on the Office of Community Care's public website. Quality management and oversight. So one thing, again, when we're talking about being in a network with Optum and moving towards a more high reliability organization within the VA, we want to make sure that we are providing quality management and oversight, okay? We want to make sure that we're just, although you may think that your business is, really great, we want to make sure that the business and your things and things that you guys are presenting to us are really good quality management. And we want to make sure that we have oversight within these programs and not to be like a free-for-all, okay? HSRM access is important. Please, if you are in network and do business with the VA, HSRM access, this is how you get your referrals. This is how we send the referrals. And then it's a great thing to have, because when you, excuse me, when you are doing your businesses and whatever you're doing as far as billing and things, if you lose your authorization, you can always go to HSRM to pull it, okay? Also, when you're sending medical records and documentation, please utilize the release of information, the fax number, okay? I also wanted to be, I made sure. So we have Optum, how to get a network. I provided, well, I had a video to show you guys, but I don't know if it will show, but it's a nice little video for how to get in network with Optum. It gives a great overview with YouTube, how to become a provider, great resources for you to utilize. It's a direct link to the Optum portal. Again, we have an additional resources about eligibility, filing your claims, your Optum portal, the Geriatrics and Extended Care website is on here. And then, of course, we have the Community Care National website. So I did provide you guys HSRM enrollment information. The Optum Processing Guide, for those of you who are already in network, please utilize this Optum Processing Guide. It's a really, really good guide to show you what rejection codes mean, what you need to bill. It's a really, really good site. And then, of course, your express claim registration. All right, moving right along. I want to talk about compliance, ethics, and integrity with the VA, okay? So we go through every year what we call is a government ethics training. So with government ethics training, it lets us know what we can and how we're supposed to present ourselves when we're dealing with vendors and outside contractors and different things. It gives us a do's and it gives us a don'ts. I am saying this openly, okay, that we cannot solicit or take financial gain in order to promote your business, right? I can't say, hey, look, this is all the referrals that we're going to send over to you, and then you say on the back end, hey, look, this is what I'm going to do. That is against the law, and we cannot do it. We want to make sure that we're being able to give everybody a fair platform so everybody can have a piece of the pie, if you will, okay? So I just wanted to make mention of that. Also, I wanted to talk about fraud, waste, and abuse. So please, when you're dealing with business with the VA, that we are keeping in mindful about how we're billing, how much we're billing, and please also keep in mind that when you're doing, and sometimes your aides, if you will, do these favors with the veterans and educating your staff, that always be careful because a veteran will tell, and their family members will tell, that it's all gravy. 3 days they came, and then the other 3 days you didn't came, and then you guys billed. So then that's where I get called in, and I now have to do a straight investigation to figure out why you billed for the days that you weren't supposed to, and now it's a red flag for me, okay? So please, please be mindful of those practices. Again, some additional information about stopping it, because we want to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. You guys are taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer, and so I definitely want to make sure that I am a good steward of your money, okay? So culture of integrity. Again, a code of integrity slide, just to make sure that we're just having that business relationship that we all can definitely learn from one another, and we have that trust. Questions? Does anyone have any questions?
Go ahead and tell her going
Okay.
to the field. And you guys raise your hand if you got a question. Hey, 1 second. Please note about the slides. Don't worry about them. We will email them to you, or if you VIP, they're on the jump drive. So just keep that in mind. We will get those sent to you.
All right. Hey, Ms. Jones. In talking this morning with other providers and stuff, it seems like one of the common factors in getting credentialed with Optima is we get through the process, we meet all the qualifications, and they send us a letter back saying there's no need for the VA in our area.
Yes. So I'm going to kind of go over here a little bit. So that is one of the things that so with Optum and VA is totally different, if you will. There are people who we pay to pay you guys. So I have heard that. I am unsure if that is true or not, but there is a way, right, that we can what we call push through, but it has to be a need. So if you're in one of those upper states, what are those, Ms. Tolan, this is Ms. Tolan, y'all, by the way, up in the upstate, like Anderson, on that state where there's not a lot of business for those agencies, those are the ones where you're more so to get credentialed. But if you're in Columbia, I did hear that Columbia is very hard right now to kind of get credentialing and stuff, but we, as the VA, again, we could say, hey, look, this vendor is okay to kind of process through. We do need a need, and please upload, okay?
All right, I have a question over here.
Yes.
If we have a veteran,
Where are you?
I'm right here.
Oh, hey, girl.
How
I'm
you
sorry.
doing?
Hey, girl.
So I know you were speaking about the veteran and their care. So if we have a veteran that is sometimes they don't really want you to stay. So say they get the 2 hours and they're like, oh, okay, well you can leave, at that hour point. But we as the company, we still have to pay our caregiver for that 2 hours because they're expecting that. What do we need to do? Do we need to call you guys and let you guys know? Because with COVID, a lot of our veterans are saying, no, we really don't need you to stay once you've gotten us cleaned up and things like that. And that's what we were having an issue with sometimes too.
I will ask this, so is this all the time? Or is it like, if you're servicing the veteran, let's say it's 10 hours a week, 2 hours, is it like like every time that they service, they just want someone to, bathe? I mean, more specifics.
And I understand because their immune system was compromised with the COVID, and they're like, we don't want you to stay. So it's almost like the caregiver's like, well, how about if I sit outside your room and then I come back in and check on you, because they want to make sure they get their hours, but the veteran is like, okay, you can do that, or no, just leave. And they kind of hurried up and got the client washed, and so they're done, say 45 minutes, or and they're missing that. We're missing the other hour and 15 minutes because we're to pay this client, this caregiver, for the 2 hours. Do y'all want us to call y'all, or what do y'all want us to do when we run into that?
Okay, I have a question over here.
Yes, ma'am. Does the, I guess, client, the veteran, do they have a choice? I know there's like 150 different companies, but for example, and I own a Medicare company that we do medical equipment, respiratory prosthetic limbs, where the first priority, they have a choice. So we have found on different occasions where people have come and they're working with us, whether it be private pay or with some other, organization. They then get, say, 15 hours of VA, and then the email comes to somebody that they don't want to work with because they want to stay with the people because of COVID reasons, and they're happy with that company. And we've had some say, no, they can't do that. It's whoever is sent to, and then we've had other people go, well, of course they have the choice. So maybe you two have a different answer on that, or the same?
Yes. So it will go back to veterans do have a choice, right? But I also want to make mention to they do, but there also is that quality management and that oversight piece, right? We have to have a relationship, and when I say relationship with those vendors, the goal of how it's been is that if they give us a call, so if they do want to choose your company, just have them give us a call, and so we can kind of engage them a little bit with your company, why your company per se, and just kind of have that conversation. And so that's what my suggestion would be, okay?
And then I'll add.
Sure.
When you're servicing a veteran and it's maybe private pay or Medicare,
when the household is clean. So when the veteran reaches out to their primary care provider to say, I'm interested in home health aid through the VA, it could be very helpful if they said, we're already using company X, Y, and Z, and we'd like to continue with them. If you all are in network, then typically it's not going to be a problem. But most of the time, when veterans are assigned, we don't know that there is someone else in the home providing care. So just letting us know on the front end is extremely helpful. You're welcome.
Okay.
Hello. What about when you are servicing the veteran and you're taking them to the doctor or something and you run over their time? How do we do that?
You can.
Okay.
How many hours they're getting?
They, like, one of them has 3 hours and you got them there on time, but at the doctor's office, it ran behind.
So a lot of the time, the way the hours are approved is the way our CIOP and Mr. Matt mentioned, the way our CIOP run, it will say up to 13 hours. But your authorization or your consult may say he's approved for 10 hours. When it says the 10 hours, then those are the conferences you're supposed to honor. If you run over, that up to is that cushion for those hours that you run over.
I would like to add too, that if you are taking a veteran to their appointment, and let's say that if they are approved for those 16 hours and things, and that particular appointment lasted over for 5 or 6 hours, remember that that cuts into that weekly time. So that veteran may not be able to get service on the additional days, or they probably could if you can, bathe within 45 minutes. So how you, this is the stance of, and I would like to make mention that I know that in the past, we've kind of been on this stance like, no, you can't take the veteran anywhere, grocery shopping and those things like that. We kind of have changed, and again, change is good. With those factors that we are making that, again, we want the veteran to be comfortable in their home. We want them to make sure that, hey, look, John, I have to take these off because they're like fogging up real bad. So Mr. Johnny needs to go grocery shopping, but what happened if Mr. Johnny has anxiety problems that makes it nearly impossible for him to go grocery shopping? Please provide that service. As long as it's within parameters. Now, look, y'all take that liability, right? Because that is in your practices and in your scope to do. If that is what the service that you offer, which is great for us, and we want to know that. So if you offer that service, please let us know. And again, it is not that you have to do it, but if you can do it, please.
Are you guys gonna send that out, about that we can take them places or whatnot? Because that's the first I ever heard it, Yeah, because a lot of VA providers are also Medicaid providers. We can do that with Medicaid, but we was strictly told we couldn't do it like a year ago. So and another thing, have you guys relaxed, especially with COVID going on, about? I know it was against family members being AIDS, or even anybody that even know them being AIDS, because a lot of folks are real funny about who come in their house now because COVID, but they do got friends and cousins, family members that we could hire to do that, and it kind of puts us stressed out because we don't have the people to go in. But we do have very competent family members or friends that we could hire to do that. So how do you feel about that?
So the VA does not have that as a hard stop. If that, again, they are the employee of your agency. So if the employee knows, veteran Johnny, You hired them, you made sure that they had the education to care as an employee. So don't look at it as if that's my sister taking care of the veteran. Look at it, it's the employee taking care of. That's how, we dictate that, okay?
All right, over here. You probably have to come there. It's gonna too close.
Okay. Hi, I'm Keita from
Hi.
Nurturing Nurses. We service North Carolina and South Carolina as a VA provider.
What's your organization? What is it? What's your company?
Nurturing Nurses.
Okay.
Nurturing Nurses Home Care, and we provide skilled and non-skilled services. So the problems I've been having with VA is basically about billing. And I've been a provider for some years, so I was one of those going through that transition into Optum. I'm having some issues now to where I'm sending the claims to Optum. They say they don't receive them. I send them back to VA, to the fee-for-service. They send me an EOB, tells me to send it back to Optum. I call Optum, they say they don't see it. Then I need a code. They send the code for me to access their online process. They send the code 3 times. I finally get the third one, and they still say they don't find claims. And now I'm hitting the timely filing, and I'm trying not to be ugly.
Are you a network?
I'm sorry?
Are you a network?
Yes, I am. I was in billing before I was in clinical. So sometimes I'm teaching them more than they're teaching me.
When we're finished, could you please?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we have one more question. And for you all, we will have a question panel at the end, so just write your questions down. I know you definitely want to get it out. One more question from here.
Do you guys know when the portal will open up for the new providers?
When will the portal open up for the new providers?
For Optum?
Yes.
That is an Optum question. If you want, that is an Optum contractual thing that they had with Big VA and VACO, so that would be a question for Optum.
Okay. Which one? Right here. I'm coming.
Thank you for taking my question. Maybe I'm a little too close. Thank you for taking my question. One thing I'd like to ask as a provider, and maybe other people have this question as well, you did an excellent job describing all of those pieces and how it's all broken down. I think a lot of times, though, things bottleneck at the CBOC level, because oftentimes I've been told, especially to key off of the questions about choice, that a veteran may go to the CBOC to be seen by their primary care, talk to the social worker, and let them know that they've been working with a company that they know is already approved with the VA in terms of credentialing through Optum and everything, but then get told at the CBOC level that if that particular company that they're requesting is not on what they're calling the local list or the clinic list, they won't make that referral and will not reference it in the notes, which I realize puts you guys in a bind in Columbia, because then you have no idea that even happened. Can y'all speak to that at all, or has that been corrected in any way?
No.
Have y'all ever heard that feedback?
Not from the CBOC level, have you? No, I haven't heard. And again, I really, really, really want to just drive it, home. Veteran they do have a choice, right?
Right, of course. And I understand that y'all certainly can't approve them for a company that hasn't gone through and is approved on your list, but it's almost like there's an impression being given that there's a different list at the clinic level than there is at the Columbia level, which I realize really cuts you guys out the loop.
Depending on what those lists are, because there are several lists that we have. Again, when we're dealing with Optum, there is 150 plus vendors that are in network, hence why Optum is kind of closing that portal that they can utilize from. That's a good thing, you're in network, but doesn't necessarily mean that the VA is contractually obligated to utilize your company. Our contract is with Optum, who subcontracts with you guys to put you in network. And so if there is a veteran that does want to utilize your company, that is a conversation that can be brought to my office, right? And then we have a discussion about it, and or it's made mention in the note is what we call it.
Okay.
The note or a record, the record in their medical file.
So in that regard, any other list, so to speak, that may have predated Optum or anything like that, y'all are trying to discourage that being used as a way to eliminate people as an option?
When you say that, what do you mean?
In other words, like if they made it at their own local level of people that they had a relationship with prior to, all of this Optum change and who's actually on the list in network and who's not. In other words, if a provider is in network and they have not received a letter that they're not needed, so to speak, in the service area, if it's not on what they're referring to as the list, and I don't know what that means, I've just obviously been told this multiple times at the clinic level, then I'm just wondering if y'all have heard that feedback as well, because it may actually inadvertently be causing a veteran not to get to use the provider of choice if the provider has gone through all the steps and is approved, but they're running off of an old list at the clinic level.
So on the clinic level, one thing that we have, how Optum works within our facility with the Office of Community Care and Geriatrics and Extended Care, which is 2 wheelhouses. Office of Community Care does their own thing as far as when they have veterans preference within that thing, and we kind of like to mimic that model as well. But the one thing that I want to, we're driving, that it's a good thing that you're in network, and we will take in consideration of that the Veterans Choice. So if the Veterans Choice is your company, then yes, they will have a conversation with us or the social worker at the time or with the provider that's placed in that consult. They will make mention of it. Ms. Tolan, I can speak because, processes consults. If she sees it, I know she will give the preference, right? Does this mean that we should go to discharge planning and care coordination and say, choose my company? Because that's a lot of phone calls for us. Probably not, but if that's the relationship, then that's something that we can definitely, again, we're changing our practices is how we do things. Because again, this list and things that we go may or may not work 3 months from now. We have 1,500 and counting. I think that's the last, maybe 15 to 1,800 that are in Homemaker Home Health Aid alone. We have 186 veterans that are in our community nursing homes. We have 2,000 in skilled, 17 in an adult day healthcare. So it's a lot of veterans. And then that we have to track, that I have to track. So if, again, we have a lot of vendors and a lot of veterans, but with less than 15 people. So quality management and oversight is extremely important to me, right? It's extremely, and that is what I'm cascading down to my team. And Ms. Tolan is cascading down to her team. That again, although you're in network, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to utilize you. If veterans want to say, hey, look, this is their preference, we'll take it into consideration, sure. Thank you so much, we appreciate it.
Round of applause, if you don't mind. Thank you guys so much for coming.
All right. Is this better? All right, can you all hear me good? Okay, all right. All right, let's take a minute, deep breath. Let's just woo-sigh a little bit, okay? Feel the room. Nevertheless, that was some really good, valuable information. And I know there were a lot of questions that we did not get to. However, like I said, we will have a panel at the end. But please utilize all of the contacts that was given on that slideshow. Send those emails, ask those questions. Definitely don't let it go until your questions get answered. That is very important because at the end of the day, as healthcare providers, we have one goal, and to make sure that veterans get taken very good care of. And if we have a relationship with them, it is very important to make sure they get the care that they need, right? All right, so let's just move along, stay on track a little bit. Next, we will bring to the stage Ms. Lauren. Ms. Lauren is a graduate of the University of Georgia, where she competed on their women's tennis team. She is a former professional tennis player. Awesome. Lauren has been a small business consultant with ADP for 5 years, specialized in home health care. She is 5-time president, club performer, 3-time Pinnacle Award winner. Lauren is the elite senior district manager of small business services in the state of South Carolina. Lauren's role at ADP is to help organizations in areas of payroll, tax compliance, retirement, health insurance, workers' comp, and time and attendance. Ms. Lauren brings you expert knowledge. It's very important that you have an amazing system to pay your people, because without them, there is no us. So, Ms. Lauren, we will bring you to the stage. As she gets you set up, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Wilkes, for that welcoming introduction. As she's mentioned, I've been with ADP for coming up on 6 years now, and I've worked in our small business division for the entirety of that time, working with small business owners from 1 employee all the way up to 100, and I've worked with every industry that you can imagine, but home cares are really near and dear to my heart because of people like Charles and Dr. Wilkes. So, fun fact, I remember Charles's very first payroll several years ago where he just had a handful of employees on there, and now to see all the success that he's having today is so rewarding and fun to see, but not at all surprising. So while I've been fortunate to see many of my clients have these varying levels of success here in the home care industry, I've also seen the struggles and daily challenges that are common in the industry as well, many of which were exacerbated by COVID-19. So my goal today is to give you guys a high-level overview of what we're seeing in the market today specific to home cares. This one. Specific to home cares and some of the tools and resources that ADP can provide that can help alleviate some of those pain points. And I work for one of the largest technology companies, and technology hates me, so bear with me. All right, here we go. So prior to jumping in, I wanted to give you guys a 1,000-foot overview of who ADP is as a company and who we are in the marketplace. So ADP was founded in 1949 by 2 brothers in New Jersey who just saw an easier way of processing payrolls than the manual processes that were taking place at that time. So ADP went public in 1961 with just 300 clients, 125 internal employees, and $400,000 in revenue. If you fast forward to today, ADP now serves 920,000 clients in 140 different countries. We have 58,000 internal employees, and last year alone we brought in $15 billion in revenue. So to put this in perspective, ADP pays 1 in 6 workers here in the United States, making us the largest human capital management provider in the US as well as worldwide. And while those are some pretty impressive statistics from a company perspective, what I enjoy most about my job is being able to bring this Fortune 500 enterprise level technology to my small business owners and do it on a local level that still provides that first-class customer service that you would come to expect. So now that you know a little bit about ADP and who we are, you can imagine that we have a lot of data at our fingertips. So we use these statistics to be able to provide insight and information to our clients to help them make smarter business decisions and have a further understanding of the marketplace as a whole. So I'm sure that it won't surprise you. There were 3 main trends that were a direct result of the pandemic. those being talent shortage, workplace culture and employee mental health, and increasing legislative and HR complexities. So of course, we'll quickly touch on all three, but as you can imagine, it's never been a more difficult time or challenging time to be an employer. And on the flip side of that, it's never been more important to be an employer of choice for your employees. So as we jump into the talent shortage and as we think of talent as a whole, it really is the number one driver for any organization. And while the talent shortage spared none, the healthcare and social assistance fields were really impacted more than most. If you've been a home healthcare owner now for several years, you're aware that it's a high turnover industry as it is. It's kind of the nature of the beast. But this has really been heightened by the pandemic, with home cares experiencing nearly 10% turnover per quarter, which equates to 40% or almost half your workforce over the course of the year. So while that number may or may not be staggering to you as a business owner, when you put that back into ROI, the cost of turnover, according to the Employee Benefit News, for one employee is 33% of that employee's annual salary. When you think about the possibility of lost clients, overtime spent for other employees having to cover shifts, lack of productivity, time spent interviewing, training, and trying to locate new talent, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, in the home care industry, it would cost you nearly $5,000 of your bottom line to replace just one employee, and that's on the low end. So to compound this, there are a new record number of job openings and not enough qualified candidates to fill those positions. You might have seen this in the mainstream media coined as the Great Resignation. So fun fact, ADP is the one that actually came up with that terminology. However, I really like to think of it more as a great reconsideration because your employees are reconsidering everything, right? 40% of the workforce is currently thinking about leaving their current job. That could be for them not wanting to go back to the office. Maybe the pandemic has caused them to rethink their lives altogether and they're wanting to switch careers completely. Or in some instances, hopefully not still now, they're receiving unemployment and not wanting to jump back into the workforce. So whatever it may be, we now have more people than ever looking to leave their current jobs, but not nearly enough applicants to fill those positions. So I'm sure that's something that you guys have been feeling as business owners here in the home care industry. So also spurred along by the pandemic is a need for an employer that drives culture and promotes employee mental health. Never before in our lifetime has a greater emphasis been placed on employee well-being. Nowadays, it's not enough to simply offer the latest app or paid time off. Employees need and expect sustainable and mentally healthy workplace environments, which requires taking on the real work of culture change. In 2021, an overwhelming 84% of respondents reported at least one workplace factor that negatively impacted their mental health. So to summarize, today's workforce wants to know that their organization promotes DE&I, or diversity, equality, and inclusion, and overall employee well-being. So employees that feel supported by their employers are less likely to underperform and miss work, have higher job satisfaction, intentions to stay at their company long-term, and have a more positive view of their company and their leaders. And then lastly, compliance. So compliance has always been trying for most organizations because rules and laws are ever changing, especially as your organization continues to grow. When it comes to just payroll alone, the IRS estimates that 40% of small to medium-sized businesses here in the U.S. end up paying a penalty every single year for failing to deposit payroll tax, depositing the wrong amount, or failing to file their returns. The average penalty paid last year was $1,045, just on average. However, since COVID, the increasing legislation and often unclear guidelines from the agencies themselves can still feel as though staying compliant is a full-time job in and of itself. As employers attempt to navigate the next normal, even more rules to follow were placed on them, even more burdens were placed on them. Office layout, vaccine protocols, whether to mandate or not mandate, limiting capacity, staggering your work schedules. These are all things that you as employers had to think through on top of just running your business, right? So you can see here, this is the compliance continuum that we always put in front of our small business owners. You can see as your organization grows, the list of rules, regulations, and laws that you need to comply with also continue to grow. I'm guessing you guys did not get into the home health industry to follow these rules and regulations or be experts in them. That's why it's important to make sure that you're deferring to an expert to help you navigate these laws and regulations. So how can ADP help, right? So ADP can help by offering Fortune 500 caliber benefits to your employees if and when you get to that point. I think it's really important to make sure that, again, you're an employer of choice in this day and age, and being able to diversify yourself from a home care you're competing with down the street. We offer different retirement plans, whether it's a simple IRA or a 401k, right? So maybe you're just wanting to get started. Simple IRAs are a great low-cost option to be able to offer your employees. It's also a recruitment and retention tool, right? So a sticky product that's going to keep your employee around, and again, is relatively low cost to you as a business owner. Providing attractive employee perks. So I've got some collateral out there as well. We also offer what's called LifeMart through ADP. It costs you absolutely nothing and is a way that your employees can take advantage of different discount programs offered to them through ADP, discounts on restaurants, hotels, airfare, electronics, really anything and everything. Something that every single employee will have access to that they can use on a daily basis. And again, it costs you nothing as an employer. Access to certified HR professionals. So we kind of already talked about how the legislation environment has changed even more rapidly in the past year to 2 years. And it's important to make sure that you're not turning to Google or a home care down the street. Obviously, they might have great insight, but maybe they're not doing it right themselves, right? So it's important to make sure that you're leaning on people that are SHRM certified, state-specific, and are trained HR professionals to be able to give you that insight into different best practices and what we're seeing in the marketplace. Recruitment tools and services, so background checks, ZipRecruiter, job descriptions, again, just making sure that you guys are buttoned up from an HR and compliance perspective and going out and trying to get you the best talent possible from an employee candidate pool. Pay-by-pay workers' compensation is something that all of my home cares rave about. Cash is king always, but especially in this industry. Our pay-by-pay workers' compensation takes the guesswork out of it for you. So every time you process payroll, we just simply take out the exact amount of workers' compensation that accrued, meaning you don't owe anything up front, there's no premium, there's no quarterly installments, and when you get to the audit at year end, there's no surprises. I know probably all of you have had a workers' comp audit and had an unpleasant surprise at year end, right? So this alleviates that. There's no overpayment, there's no underpayment. And then lastly, the ADP Marketplace storefront. So a couple of years ago, ADP kind of recognized that business owners don't want to be all or nothing with a company nowadays, right? In the past, it was kind of all or nothing with ADP. You had to use us for everything or not at all. Now we have the ADP Marketplace, similar to, think of like the App Store on your Apple iPhone. So now if you want to use a different time and attendance system, maybe you want to use a different expense system, you can go into our App Store where we've vetted these third-party companies. You can use them for different segments of your business, and now it integrates with ADP because we built that API. So something that's unique to ADP, no other payroll provider out there offers the Marketplace app. So just a couple of different ways that we can help kind of navigate this new normal, if you will. And then lastly, if you guys are interested, we do have February promotions, and they are exclusive to SC Cares. So make sure that if you are interested in looking at ADP, please see me after. It's 3 months free. If you have over 5 employees, it's 4 months free. And then any questions, just let us know.
You brought back some memories with that workers' comp audit. Memories. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. How is everyone doing? Are you gaining some valuable information? Is it helpful? Oh, I'm sorry, did I spray you? Yes, no. Give me some feedback, talk back to me. You just, yes, okay. I see some nods. I definitely see some nods. Lauren provided some great information. If you ever had a workers' comp audit, you really know the value of having an amazing payroll team, and not so much with Lauren you are able to develop that relationship and not have to call a 1-800 number to sit on the phone to get your questions answered. You can call her directly, text her directly. We've been through some things. She is very helpful and very knowledgeable as it comes to payroll and making sure you stay compliant. All right, as we get the slideshow pull up. Yeah. Okay. Before I bring this next amazing expert within the transportation space to the stage, one thing I always like to do, especially with businesses and things like that, as healthcare providers, we go through a lot. As CEOs, we go through a lot. So we need to make sure we are able to take a break, debrief, and different things like that. So repeat after me for 1 second. My business is a huge success. That's right. Being successful is natural for me. Success, money, and happiness comes easy for me. Awesome. I'm going to introduce Mr. Tom Allen. He is the Chief of Broadband Communications, Safety, and Emergency Response of South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff, ORS. In a nutshell, you've heard that before. A graduate of the University of South Carolina with a Master's of Arts in Teaching, Economics, and Bachelor of Arts in History and Political Science. Tom is a former high school government, economics, and geography teacher. Bring back some memories. He's been working with ORS since 2007 in telecommunications department and has since that acquired oversight. Overall, Tom do oversight with taxi, limousine, household goods, Uber, and Lyft. Personally, having a transportation portion within my business, Tom is a great resource. So let's hear from him.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody having us here today. I'm from the Office of Regulatory Staff, and I'd just like, as we're killing time trying to load my program here, how many of you have ever heard of the Office of Regulatory Staff? Couple of hands here? Couple? Okay. Just so that you have a better idea of what we do is we're the state's utility regulator. We regulate any investor-owned utilities within the state of South Carolina. That would include Dominion Energy, Duke Energy, any investor-owned natural gas or independently owned water and wastewater facilities. We have regulatory oversight of those folks, and our role, our mission, is to protect the public interest in terms of utilities. So in other words, if Dominion goes to do a rate hike, then we appear before the Public Service Commission and we let them know our opinion of why we think that may be or may not be a good idea. Now, we'll share with you in the interest of time, I had a slide deck that's about this tall, okay? But I know we're way behind, so I'm gonna cut down to about 3 major topics, okay? I'm gonna give you a little overview on some of our services that our agency provides. So we do utility regulation, we look at the rates, we look at the terms and conditions that utilities provide, but we also have some services that we offer to the general public. And those 3 things that I want to talk about today are in our telecommunications department, our equipment distribution program. I'm also going to talk to you a little bit about broadband expansion. We know over the pandemic, so many people had to go work from home. Telehealth, became a viable option. Everybody knows, the majority of you in here probably have or had kids that had to work from home during school. And so we found it necessary in our office to expand the infrastructure, the broadband infrastructure. If you can't get it, I can just talk through it. To expand that broadband infrastructure, we've got a couple of programs that I'd like to talk to you about. And then finally, I'll give you a quick overview on our transportation group, particularly our non-emergency transportation carriers. Let me open up with our telecommunications, our equipment distribution program. If you ever look down at the bottom of your phone bill, you're usually going to see amongst the various taxes that appear down there. You're also going to see 2 different percentage funds that our office manages. One is called the Universal Service Fund, and the Universal Service Fund is put in place for 2 reasons. Number one, it provides support to telecommunications providers in rural areas so that they can provide service at a reasonable cost. The other piece of it is called Lifeline, and Lifeline is a subsidy for low-income individuals so that they can actually get your old-fashioned landline service as well. But our other piece of our telecommunications funds are the Dual Party Relay Fund, and that fund goes specifically to assist deaf, speech-impaired, hard of hearing to get equipment so that they can communicate over communications lines. So I want to pause right there real quick, and I want to introduce you to Leah Cuthbertson. She's our outreach coordinator for our equipment distribution program. So I'm going to give her just a few minutes to talk on that.
Thank you, Tom. My name is Leah Cuthbertson, and I am the marketing and outreach specialist for the South Carolina Equipment Distribution Program. We're administered by the Office of Regulatory Staff. Our goal is to help everyone be able to communicate on the phone if an emergency happens and you need to call the doctor, you need to call an ambulance. What happens if you are deaf, or what happens if you have a speech challenge and you can't communicate on the phone? And that's where our service steps in to provide different types of phone equipments to meet that need. We have different phone equipment, including amplified phones, captioning phones, we have electrolarynxes, and even iPads that have AAC apps and allow people to communicate that way, as well as relay services for anyone who is communicating via sign language. So it's a wonderful service, and it is completely no cost to anyone who qualifies. You just have to have phone service and be a South Carolina resident. So my job is to make sure that everyone who could benefit from this program takes advantage of it. So I'm going to leave some information, hopefully over at this desk if they're okay with that, and that'll be my contact information and a few brochures for Lifeline and the EDP program. Lifeline helps people get phone service at a reduced price if they are struggling to afford it on their own, since we do require them to have phone service in order to use our program. Lifeline's a great resource for someone who's challenging, or it's challenging to get phone service on their own. If you have any questions, I'd love to talk to you. Again, my information will be at the desk, and you can reach out to me anytime.
All right, very good. So thank you for helping us overcome those technical difficulties right there. So again, this is the program that we were talking about in our telecommunications department, dealing with the equipment distribution program. The next thing I'd like to mention to you is our broadband office. As I told you, the public policy has seen the need to expand broadband infrastructure throughout, particularly rural areas in South Carolina. So on July 1st of this past year, the General Assembly opened up the broadband office in our agency, and they are under my care at this time. And what we're anticipating is potentially anywhere from $400 to $600 million flowing into that office that will be given to, through grants, will be given to broadband providers to expand service in rural areas. Now, one of the biggest issues that we have in terms of broadband is we have a pretty good idea of who does and does not have broadband, but we don't have an exact idea. So one of the things that we've done at our agency is we've come up with a survey, and I ask that you may help me publicize this survey. Anybody got their phone? Pull your phone up and see if you can hit on this QR code. If it doesn't work, I've got some small little cards that I can give you. Did it work for anybody? It did? You got it? All right, the purpose of this survey is to identify individuals in rural areas that don't have broadband. If we know where they're at, then we can go out and actively recruit broadband providers to be able to serve those folks. Now, what I do need for you to understand is our role right now is primarily just in the infrastructure. So in other words, to build out access to those individuals who do not have service at this time. There are some other government programs that will provide certain subsidies for those who can't afford or may not have the equipment to access the internet. But right now, our office is not involved in that, but we anticipate sometime in the future that would be involved, that we may be involved in that. Oops. If you'll notice on that survey, it pulls up, you enter your information, and it'll go into a database. And that database is mapped instantaneously. We've got 3 GIS folks that work in our office, and all they do is crunch numbers and crunch data. And they provide maps. And in fact, if you go to scdigitaldrive.com, and there should be a link on that survey, you'll be able to pull up your particular county that you may live in, or your or any of your clients may live in, and you'll be able to have a pretty good idea of who has and who does not have broadband. Of course, very important in terms of telehealth as well. And so the final thing that I want to talk about is our transportation. In South Carolina, transportation is considered a regulated entity. All right, so they are treated just like Dominion Energy, Piedmont Natural Gas, Carolina Wastewater, any of those transportation providers are treated exactly the same. So if there are any transportation providers, passenger transportation providers, then they have to go through a certification process. And that certification process includes filing an application with the Public Service Commission, getting an order from the Public Service Commission that allows them to operate, and then on the back end, there are certain compliance checks that they have to go to. What I'd share with you up here, if you'll go to our website, which is ors.sc.gov, and you're looking for transportation providers, maybe some of you have transportation housed in your entity right now, then all those transportation providers, non-emergency carriers, stretcher vans, wheelchair, etc., are listed on our website. So if you're in need of transportation, or if you are a transportation provider and you don't see that your name on that list, make sure you contact me so that we can update that list. But it's usually fairly well up to date. We try to do it about once a month. As I mentioned, not only do we regulate our non-emergency carriers, but also any passenger goods. That includes taxis, limousines, charter buses, and Uber and Lyft as well. I know that, at this time, many of you may be involved with Motive Care, and Motive Care does use some of that traditional non-emergency transportation carriers, but they've also gone to using Lyft a little bit as well. So that's something to be on the lookout. Last time I had contact with Motive Care, they said it was a very small percentage using Lyft at this time, but they do anticipate, kind of filling needs with those. Oops, going the wrong way. Nope, So with that in mind, you know, we do have 3 certified inspectors. They are law enforcement officers that are in the field daily. And these law enforcement officers check for compliance to make sure the transportation carriers are in compliance with commission rules and regulations. They'll do audits of driver files. You know, they check at the airports and the medical facilities to make sure that any of the entities that are operating are in compliance and that they're actually certificated. And the main reason for that is we do have some road transportation carriers out there that don't go through the proper certification process, that don't have the appropriate insurance. And it's, quite honestly, it's not fair to those people who have gone through the proper certification program. So we do spend a great deal of time and effort looking for uncertificated entities. So with that in mind, I know my block of time was very small. I do want, since we do have some transportation providers in here, I wanted to leave a few minutes open for questions about this or internet or our equipment distribution program. Yes. Well, and so we don't actually, you know, from a network perspective, you know, we leave that to the other providers. We're not involved with Medicare or Medicaid or, you know, Logisticare or now MotiveCare. All we do is certify that those vehicles are in compliance. And we work very closely with MotiveCare. In fact, for the most part, MotiveCare is, you know, their rules and regulations are almost identical to our rules and regulations because they want to make sure that those providers. But if you do have, if you want to get in the business, if that's your question of providing non-emergency or any other passenger for hire, you can go to our website. I'll give you my card in just a minute, and you can contact me directly, and we'll get you the necessary paperwork to be able to provide those services to get in that business. You know, the biggest issue, and you know, this is no doubt because I know that several of you have this in terms of just general liability. But the biggest issue is insurance, right? You know, the cost, the coverage of insurance, and that's the biggest hurdle that our transportation providers have to overcome is the cost, because most of them are mom and pops, right? They're independent sole proprietors, et cetera, and the cost of insurance. And in fact, you know, we consistently talk with the Department of Insurance about better ways of, and I'm not an insurance expert at all, but talk with the Department of Insurance about managing, you know, the cost in South Carolina, which continue from an insurance perspective to skyrocket. Any other questions? Very good. Well, listen, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Thank you for bringing that up. So the application, once you fill out and have completed the application, you file it with the Public Service Commission, and it goes through a very bureaucratic process, frankly. Once you file that application with the Public Service Commission, it usually takes them, they'll vote on it almost immediately, probably within, you know, a week or 10 days. And that's immediate in terms of state government, unfortunately. But the real issue is before you actually begin operations, they have to publish an order granting you a certificate. And that can take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks after that initial directive. Now, once they issue that order, you get in what we call the compliance stage. That's when you come in contact with our office, since we're the enforcement agents. And we come out and we'll examine the vehicles, make sure your insurance is appropriate. And then as soon as all those boxes are checked with us, which may take a matter of days. In fact, we've actually been able to get out, you know, that same day and get people certified. Then we actually issue a certificate to operate, and that's when you can begin operations. So in general, what I would tell you is from beginning to end, probably about 6 weeks. And the vast majority of that is kind of that window in which the Public Service Commission has to issue that order. I will share this with you. There has been legislation introduced in front of the General Assembly in which we'll shorten that time frame, though. It will mandate that the Public Service Commission has to get an order out quicker than they've been doing so far. So we could look at less than a month. If this legislation passes, that whole ball of wax could happen, you know, from the time you put in to the time you're able to pick up passengers will be less than a month, which again is lightning speed in terms of state government. Any other questions? Yes, sir. thank you for bringing that up. So in general terms, for it to be regulated, that transportation has to be in isolation. In other words, it has to be the primary service that is being provided, right? So if you're providing transportation to your clients and it's incidental to the larger fee that you're charging, then you're not regulated. You have your regular commercial, insurance, your liability insurance, et cetera. It's only when you have a vehicle and you're going out and actively soliciting to take a person from point A to point B, and that's really the only service that you're providing. That's when you would fall under our umbrella. So in general, I would say there's a few, I know I've recognized some names, I know that there's a few who are just involved in or have at least a branch of their business that's a transportation provider, but probably the vast majority of you, that transportation is probably incidental to the main service that you're providing. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. I did my best to get us back on schedule.
Tom, thank you. Hey, guys, if you are planning, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
I'm sorry, I had one other thing. That QR code that I had up there for I Need Internet, I've got a stack of cards and I'll leave them that has the QR code on it. It also actually has that SC Digital Drive that is all our mapping on there, so you can see where and where does not have internet in the state. And so I'll leave a stack of these cards up front here if you want to grab one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Guys, if you do plan to add that portion to your business, transportation, well, I went through it probably about 3 years ago, and I think somebody asked really how long it took. It kind of takes about 6 weeks for them to, from the original application to them coming out, inspecting your location. But it is a good thing to add to your business, but unless Logisticare and all these other brokers start to raise their rates, you got to do a lot of hustling, a lot of rise to see your revenue. So I'm sure some of the folks that's doing it already know that. But so just keep that in mind if you do plan to venture out in that, because it is it's expensive to start. Also, insurance for the vehicles are very expensive, especially if you getting handicap vans or whatnot. And that's the big cartel is, y'all got all handicap vans?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can attest to the
Yes.
insurance. Oh, yes, yes. So, but guys, what we're gonna do, we're gonna break for lunch at 12 on the dot. These double doors gonna open. Make 2 lines, go all the way to the end, get your plate, come back down after you fix your plate, and you go back to your table and eat. And go ahead.
I was going to say, you all, and before, just to piggyback on Charles, Compassionate Charles, he actually has an amazing consulting service, which actually helped me and my husband get started from start to finish, very streamlined. He provides he's being biased now, but he is awesome when it comes to that consulting and helping you with getting started with your transportation. Any other stream that you're looking to get into, whether it be medical equipment provider, that home care, that transportation. Like I said, you have that SC Cares application. Community Enterprise Consulting is the way to go.
Hey, Jazz, did we put that on that table? The SC Cares application, or is it a packet? Fill it out, everybody, so we don't get ready to come around and pick those up, so I can have your information. Because I got a, man, what I'm gonna send you guys on email is gonna change y'all bottom line. I got a new contracting source that came through, and I'm not gonna keep it to myself. It's a contracting service that is long-term insurance, and you go through them to get credentialed, and what you do is get registered, and they send you referrals for like folks that's on a job, they get hurt, need home care services. Awesome. Now, I will be honest, it is a long process. Not a long process, a lot of stuff you have to provide for them, but once you get signed on with it, oh, awesome. That's all I can say, but I'll get that to you guys. Once you send in your information, I'll email you that, information, because it's like 2 steps you had to go through to get signed up. And I don't want to overload the lady. There's only one lady that handles it, so I don't want to overload her. But make sure you sign up so I can get your email addresses. Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay. We're going to get started. I know you all, we're going to let you soak in all of that valuable information. Are we going to wait till they open the doors to that? Okay. We're going to soak in that valuable information. Definitely take advantage of everything that you have in those pamphlets. All of the speakers that spoke today, you should have their information. You should have their cards. There's a table outside with the cards and the information. Please do not leave without that. Getting that valuable information, it is so important to have those connections and be in an amazing network, especially when it comes down to compliance, billing, credentialing. We are giving you some definitely wisdoms of pearls here and some great connections. So definitely take advantage of all of that and network, you all, not just for the speakers. Get to know who you're sitting beside. If you came with that table, let's just network, talk to each other, because at the end of the day, you got to remember when VA changed their rules, when Medicare changed their rules, when transportation changed their rules, sticking together as providers, we can help to make those be the voice. So it's enough for everybody. Everybody networking and pulling together is so important. Okay? All right, so we're just gonna wait till they get done. Any questions in the room? Any concerns? Is this valuable information for you?
Any questions? I'm gonna come around with the mic. Here I come. Any questions while I'm passing here? Okay.
He's coming to you. He's coming to you. We definitely want to push making sure you all have the tools that you need to scale your business up. The 2020 was a rough year. You're still standing, and even those that's looking to get started, we don't want it to be discouraging. We want to give you all of the tools you need to thrive. I think he's answering that question for them. During lunch, we will have, after we're doing in between, we will have Ms. Thea with Med Eye Care to come up and speak to us about some Medicare and giving us education on that also. Okay? So it's about time to eat. And like they said, when these doors open, you all can get up and go. It is a buffet line, so just keep that in mind. The bathrooms are out these doors down the hall to your right for that. And then we will definitely start back on time. I'll come back up to let you all know that, okay? All right. This is a time for networking. Networking and getting to know these businesses that's in the room.
Cut the fat off, per se, take a lot of the old pendants off of that, acting. So, my number's on there. Keep in the loop, though, right here. See that tag? right there.
Okay. So you paying the $99 on your website?
No, it's free.
Oh, it's free.
Yes, she's supposed to correct it. But, it's, you don't pay anything, it's waived off.
Oh, okay.
So it's only free. Once you turn it in,
Okay.
Hey, we actually tried to reach out to Reginald Duck, you know him?
yeah,
He gave me the number, and we tried to reach him, but we couldn't get him, but, it's been a while, about 6 months ago now.
So, Reggie called me first.
Yeah, that's right.
He called me first. I don't know what number, because I got about 3 numbers. That card is my thing, that might be my number too.
Okay.
But, let's see, the best way to. Yeah, we go table by table. They open it up, so it won't be overrun. Yeah, you want to do it before? Okay, so just go table by table. Yeah. You're
Okay, all right. So why did you have sent an email regarding your struggle with tax increasing the rates?
All right, I think. So, all of my speakers, if you can go ahead and get in line, because it's rocking and rolling after that. All of my speakers. Due to the amount of people, if you can have your mask on while getting in line, that will be so helpful.
And even when they tax it, I tell them no. I only I pay somebody $11.
Yeah.
And then say, okay, they
Every
still
hour
gonna be doing the
you
same
work,
thing.
I'm paying $150.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. $9.50.
That's an insult. Yeah. It's an insult, you know. Hey,
I spoke with you on the phone before the conference. I was asking you some questions about the VA.
yes,
Yeah, and I told you, I said, I will be there. I did come. But I do want to find out some more information, because what you said up there did not give us a whole bunch of another. Yeah, it's one around. Yeah. And then Mama Chesterfield, I was just wondering if you could, I told you I started a conversation, but I started to understand more about the program.
yeah. See, he don't. They came down here.
So how did you find out more about brokers and stuff like that?
It's a Facebook group too.
Uh-huh.
And they actually got an email about it. But make sure you send me your email.
Okay.
And I'll forward you their email about updated.
Okay. Okay, are they in this area?
Yeah, it's statewide. They go.
United Emergency Transportation Network?
Yes,
Okay, well, I'll definitely email you.
Yeah, definitely. So
Uh-oh.
I wait.
Hey, look here now.
Oh, I paid all that money.
time out for that, how is that, you know, kind of,
Yeah, that's what I
as far as
was
network?
you know, what we'll do is, oh, yeah, you'll have meetings where I stay as well, and so like, Equitable and others, like, healthcare companies, hope, a little bit like, smaller hope, we'll set up everything, come build some other, basically what it is, so we all look together, share, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay, but we, for, but we will have, like, leadership, work with people with, like, relations, VA, and all that, so we can, we'll be able to do that, okay, but leadership, and then it's help, definitely make sure I can tell everybody, make sure it's set out, that's all we need to do, you know, we need to make about this, it's a new program we got, a new network, sign up for it, everything is all time, clients, like people that get on jobs, and need help, whatnot, to get that competition, yeah, how to do something to do. Yeah, almost, that's all I'm telling you, yeah, all the,
ladies and gentlemen. While we eating, if you don't mind, you can continue eating. I have a young lady coming up. I don't know if you guys heard on the news last week, a couple weeks ago, about the homeowner agency in Spartanburg that the owner got missing or whatnot and didn't pay the caregivers or this deserted the company.
Valentine's Day week.
Amy happened to be the manager of that company. And I invited her down today to kind of give her a little backstory on everything and, talk to owners and tell you how important it is to take care of our caregivers or whatnot. So, Amy, tell us a little bit about it.
Hello, everyone. So I ran an agency for 2 years by myself solely with the owner, not too much involved. And in December, I found out some devastating news when I tried to do payroll that there was no money there. So he stole a lot of money from us, from the caregivers, including myself. And so I just wanted to tell everybody how it affected 129 people in our area, and they continued with dedication to work for 6 weeks without pay. And then finally in January, I said, okay, enough is enough. You guys, we're done doing this. And so the clients went 14 days without service. The caregivers still have not been paid, including myself. And so it's really hard. I have moved a lot of us to another agency, which I feel like they are continuing to treat us the exact same way that we were treated in December without pay, or our pay is low, or we're just not receiving anything at all. It was a total of 66 caregivers, including myself, that were not paid, and 93 clients that were affected by this. This is hard for me to talk about because a lot of the caregivers were scared to come forward or were just like, you know what, forget it. But this happened during Christmas. And of course, a lot of single mothers did not have Christmas for their kids. They lost their houses, their cars. The little things that they work so hard to get with the amount of pay that we are able to pay a caregiver. Their stories play over again in my head day after day about the tragedy that they went to just to trust somebody so much that they, were betrayed from an entire agency. So of course, the only question that they ever ask is why, and I can never give them that answer. They ask me over and over again every day, what can we do? And at this point, we have no options. The state doesn't give us very many options when it comes to business owner, taking his money basically and not paying the caregivers. There's no law against that. He actually has an open license right now. He can, run Happy Home Care, and he can continue to do the same thing because there's nothing that is in place for us to be able to receive our money at all. And of course, caregivers are hard to come by. So we had an exceptional amount, 66 caregivers that did an awesome job. And, a lot of agencies would love to have that, of course. We had 93 dedicated clients that were with us over 2 years and that we can no longer provide services for, and we can't pay our caregivers. I have lost quite a few of them because of this. So the ones that are holding on right now is about 20 caregivers. And the rest of them, of course, went to other, jobs and things like that because, home care did that much impression on them that it hurt them that much. I do still have 36 clients also that are sticking with us, despite everything that happened. The rest of them we've lost. They've either dropped their CLTC services or DDSN services, or they've passed away, or maybe family members are taking care of them now. So it really has turned them away from the whole healthcare industry. So I just wanted to take a few minutes, not long, just to let everybody know how, one person's mistake can destroy a lot of people. So thank you guys for listening. Yes, no problem.
Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. Hey, guys, we don't get a GoFundMe started for them as well, and we don't get that out email to everybody too. Maybe we can get together as providers and get something to the, at least to the caregivers, because a lot of them went Christmas without pay. And I don't think they still can find the guy or whatnot, but we'll see what we can get together for them.
All right, we're gonna get back started. If you all can take your seats. I hope you enjoyed your meals. She good to go? All right, she is good to go. So let's get started. Let's keep it moving. Are we ready? I know we're networking, but we want to move forward within this to keep you all, to keep the time in line. All right, so let's bring it down a notch. I used to be a nursing instructor, you all, so that's still in me. All right, we're good. We're ready to get started. That was an amazing meal. We're going to keep it rolling. Okay. All right. So, coming to the stage next is Miss Thea. She just gave me a short little briefing. Luziagra. I did it. Yeah. Okay. Miss Thea Angela was born and raised in the Philippines. She is a proud Filipino American. She attended the University of Philippines where she studied communicational arts, was raised by her docent and loving grandmother, Hitzman Cummins. That is the inspiration and dedication to establishing Med Eye Care. She took a brave jump and launched her own agency called Med Eye Care, which basically the focus is providing seniors with those resources in regards to the Medicare field. So without further ado, Miss Thea, we will bring you up. Show us some love, you all. Let's go. Listen, we got to keep this energy up. We ate, you got sleepy. I need us to stay energized. Hold on. Got to make sure we're good.
We're compliant. We're very compliant. All right, guys, are you all awake? Ready to sleep after that good lunch? You're not going to fall asleep on me, are you? Good, good, good. We can do a little shaking maybe, or deep breaths, whatever you want to do. But first of all, I would like to really, really thank Mr. Charles and his team. What a phenomenal job to put together folks like all of you. We all share a common goal, a common purpose, a common hunger, and that is to serve the seniors in the state of South Carolina. So just to see all of you one day out of the year, this is really fantastic. So thank you, thank you. Let's give them again a round of applause, Charles and his team. Thank you, thank you. So when I met Charles, we both agreed that we have one thing in common, and that is the great satisfaction in wanting to help others. The fulfillment in really making a positive impact in others' lives is priceless. So again, to be here with each of you is such a gift to me. Thank you, doctor, for giving me an introduction, so I won't go over that. I'm gonna go straight to Medicare. So my name is Thea. I am the founder of Med Eye Care Insurance Solutions. I've been a Medicare advocate for about 16 years now. I'm licensed in multiple states. At one point, I was licensed in 49 states and appointed by most Medicare certified carriers nationwide. So my goal is really to help the seniors, navigate the complexities of Medicare. It can be, as you're well aware, the landscape at its best can be very daunting, can be very overwhelming, and can be a very confusing task. So that's where myself and my team come in. We treat each client as a gift, as a family to us, because each individual has a different situation. So our goal is really to make sure that each Medicare recipient gets to find the best plan that fits their needs, both financially and logistically. So with that said, I'm gonna go over some quick Medicare 101. It's a lot, but I'll try to kind of crunch it in. But I'm gonna give you some quick facts. Did you know that 10,000 people turn 65 each day in the United States? Okay. And did you know that in the state of South Carolina, out of the 5 million general population, how many do you think are seniors? I'm sure you know. What percent? 21%. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. And most of them have something in common. Medicare and Medicaid recipients have something in common. And what is that? Most of them are really unsure of what they have, how they can address it, how to get proper health care, what other benefits they're eligible for, what are these Medicare Parts A, B, C, D, Plan F, G, N. It's very confusing. So that's where we come in. I take pride in establishing my company, inspired by my grandmother, to really help seniors to go over all of, the steps on what to do with Medicare. And I do provide a customer service for life, because a lot of people, when I talk to them, sadly and unfortunately, they really don't know what they have. So I'm gonna move on to the basics of Medicare, and I'm sorry if my face has been here while you're eating. Blame it on Jasmine. Oh, it's not moving. Oh, there you go. So my name is Thea again. I was born and raised in the Philippines, married to my high school sweetheart, Mark, and we have 3 kids, Marty, Kira, and Zach. Marty, my oldest child, is a licensed agent as well, and Kira is here with us. She goes to USC and taking up business management, and she's gonna join us hopefully once she graduates. So here we go. I'm gonna give you a very quick overview of the parts of Medicare. I'm sure a lot of you are, very much educated, but this is just a quick refresher, especially the fact that Medicare has increased its premiums this year. I'm sure you're well aware that it has increased significantly compared to the previous years, yes? Okay, perfect. So there are essentially 4 parts of Medicare. There's Part A, Part B, Part C, and Part D. Parts A and Part B are the original Medicare from the federal government. Part C and Part D are offered through private insurance carriers. I'm sure a lot of you deal with those Medicare Advantage plans, right? Perfect. And then there's the Medicare Supplement Plan. It's quite confusing because those are also coded by letters, Plans F, Plan G, Plan N. Keep in mind, those are plans, not parts of Medicare, okay? And then there are also other options because Medicare does not cover dental, vision, and hearing, especially if it's not medically necessary. So a Medicare recipient may be able to opt for some ancillary plans such as dental and vision option. So I'm gonna dig a little deeper here. So what is Part A? Part A covers just 4 benefits: inpatient hospital, skilled nursing facility, home health care, and hospice care. So majority of retirees do not have to pay for Part A when they retire because they've paid into the system, right? Most of them have paid for at least 10 years. However, once they start collecting Part A, they are not covered in full. The standard inpatient hospital deductible in 2022 per benefit period, this is not even per year, per benefit period has just increased to $1,556. That's just the standard Part A deductible. If a person stays longer than 60 days, there's a copay of $389 each day. After 90 days, it's $778 each day. And there's no cap with just original Medicare. Part A is also for skilled nursing, like a rehab center where a person goes after surgery, as you know. With just Medicare, they're only covered for the first 20 days, and there's a copay of $194.50 from days 21 through 100. And then, of course, there's home health care and hospice care. So that's it for Part A. I'm going to move on to Part B. Part B, like in baby, is anything under medical. As you're also well aware, doctor's visits, outpatient services, emergency, chemotherapy, blood tests, x-rays, MRI, CAT scan, ambulance, anything under medical, okay? And there is a premium everybody pays for a Medicare Part B premium. Folks with Medicaid are usually covered with that Part B premium. And some Advantage plans help with that as well. But regardless, there is a Part B premium, and this year it has increased. The minimum Part B premium this year is 170.10. So generally, the government goes by a person's adjusted gross income from 2020. So the Part B premium ranges between 170.10 per month and 578.30. The premium is automatically deducted from Social Security benefits if a person is collecting Social Security benefits. If not, it is sent quarterly by mail. So there goes the Part B premium. Okay, so Mr. Charles was very specific about enrollment periods. So another confusing topic, or can be confusing, are all these letters as well. So there's the initial enrollment period, there's the general enrollment period, there's the annual enrollment period, there's a special election period, and a Medicare Advantage open enrollment period. So the initial enrollment period generally is really for those who are turning 65, because as you're well aware, Medicare is for who? For folks turning 65 or under age 65 on Social Security disability for 2 years, or those who have end-stage renal disease and Lou Gehrig's disease, regardless of age, okay? But other than that, generally, initial enrollment period occurs 90 days prior to the month of a person's 65th birthday and 90 days after. And it starts the first of the month of the person's 65th birthday, except if a person's birthday is the first, it'll have to start the month prior to. How confusing is that? Did I confuse you? Okay, so if, let's just say Mrs. Smith is turning 65, March 25th, 1957 is the date of birth. Then her Medicare A and B begins March 1st, 2022. But if Mrs. Smith is turning 65 April 1st, 1957, then her entitlement to Medicare begins March 1st, 2022. It's a month before, okay? And we can go over the little knickknacks. A person can refuse Medicare also at age 65. There's this huge confusion about needing to sign up. That is not the case. A person can refuse Medicare during the initial enrollment period for as long as 3 conditions are met: actively employed, covered with a large employer, generally over 20 employees, and has a credible coverage. It has to be equal to or better than Medicare. So that's the initial enrollment period, folks. And then we move on to the general enrollment period. The general enrollment period occurs only from January 1st through March 31st for each year. Does anybody have an idea of what this means? Okay, so the general enrollment period is for those who have missed signing up for Medicare at age 65 without sufficient reason, without keeping an employer group health plan, for example. They can only enroll from January 1st through March 31st, and Medicare will not begin until July 1st of that same year. And then every year, I'm sure your clients are bombarded by mailers during the annual enrollment period, right? This is Medicare's big enrollment period that occurs from October 15th through December 7th annually. Keep in mind, folks, that this annual enrollment period is really only for those who carry a Medicare Advantage and a prescription drug plan. This is a very good time for them to review their options. And whatever they choose during that plan, because plans can change, their medications can change, their doctors can change. So this is a very good opportunity to review their options. And the plan generally begins the first of the following calendar year. Okay, special election period is kind of a life event. So outside of the lock-in period, a person can switch plans during the special enrollment period based on life event, for example, moving or losing coverage, or generally if your clients have state assistance, they can make changes once every quarter. Any questions about the enrollment period? Okay, good. So now is also Medicare Advantage open enrollment period from January 1st through March 31st, and this is really only for those who carry a Medicare Advantage plan. They can drop it, go back to original Medicare, or pick up a supplement plan. But in the state of South Carolina, it is important to understand that a person only gets once in a lifetime open enrollment period to purchase a real supplement plan, which is like a Plan F, Plan G, Plan N, a secondary plan. And that's only within 6 months of the Part B effective date and within 6 months of turning age 65 for a supplement plan for that person to not be medically underwritten. And I know it is confusing and it's a lot of information. So I think it's best that if you have any questions or if your clients are confused and don't know what to do, like I said, we do make recommendations with each client's situation. Feel free to please keep us in mind, because here at Med Eye Care, we offer these services for free. We do a complete cost analysis, looking up doctors, medications, and we review their options also year after year to make sure that they are enrolled with the right plan that will save them both financially, economically, and logistically. So with that said, I'm gonna end this. Feel free to give us a call. The name of our company is called Med Eye Care, because I care. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, is that your Apple? You disconnected. Oh, wait. Sorry. Oh. I haven't even wiped it yet. Wait. No, I'll do it. You're good. You sure? Yeah.
All right. Okay, as we get this pulled up, we're coming to the end of this as far as the speakers go, and then we will have an amazing panelist question and answer segment. So you can that will give you the opportunity to ask those questions that you did not have the ability to do so during the program. So make sure you have those written down and ready to go. It is now time. So we've brought you the VA. We've brought you ADP to show you about your payroll. We brought that South Carolina Transportation, Telecommunication, Med Eye Care. Now we have DHEC. You may see on your program the Optum, but you will receive a video of Miss Nancy's presentation from Optum and her contact information. We were going to have her online, but you will receive a recorded video on that and her information. So just keep that in mind, okay? All right, so Miss Kristen Kulu, She has worked for the Department of Health and Environment Control since 2009. She has held various roles at the DHEC, including inspector, field manager, and most recently as the director for the Provider Services Provision at the Bureau of Health Systems and Services. She's going to give us some valuable information, just a quick, fresh reminders on compliance, inspections. So let's have Miss Kristen. Thank you. Give her a round of applause, you all. Welcome her.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, and just so I can kind of get a quick view of who we have here, how many of you have a licensed home health facility? Okay, fair number. And how many of you have in-home care provider license? All right, good many more. Thank you. All right, so we're going to start today with the in-home care providers and then go into the home health. If you would, maybe just hold your questions until the end. We do have a good bit of information to cover first, and I don't want to leave anybody out. I just had to click it a little bit harder. All right, so as they were saying previously, we are from DHEC, and there was recently a reorganization in our department. So there may be some new faces and new individuals that y'all are seeing out there at your different facilities, as well as speaking to in the office. So we'll kind of give you a brief overview of some of the individuals so that y'all will have our contact information as well. So with the reorganization, the in-home care providers and home health are now located in the Bureau of Healthcare Systems and Services. And our division that we are here speaking with you, we are the Provider Services Division, and we are specifically the licensing side of those facility types. There is a different division, which is the Medical Services Division, that would work with y'all on your certification side for those home healths. There's some additional information here in a minute. Again, I'm Kristen Kalu. I'm the division director, and I also have with me Miss Ivy Kale. She is our support manager for the division. I'm sure many of you have spoken with her when you're discussing those applications. All right, again, this is our bureau here. You can see there's a long list. Those are all of the license types that we work with. So sometimes if it takes us a minute to get to something, that's why. We cover all these facility types for the entire state. That includes your in-home care providers, home health, hospices. We also have facilities for chemically dependent and addicted persons, tattoo facilities, renal dialysis, ambulatory surgery, and some more. This is kind of a little breakdown. I'm not sure how many of you may have been in the, I guess, healthcare for a while, but I know that Ms. Thompson, Ms. Gwen Thompson, she's been with DHEC for quite a many years. She is our deputy director, and she is over our healthcare quality, which previously many of you may have known as the health regulations. It's now called healthcare quality. Our new bureau director for healthcare systems and services is Nigel Abner. Then my division, here the program provider services. You can see Ivy Kale there as one support manager. We will have another support manager starting with us soon. So if you may have been working with Ivy previously, you may start to work with that new support manager as well. And then hoping soon that we will also have a field manager that's going to directly work with our inspectors. All right, just a few additional contacts. These slides are shared with them, correct? Okay, great. So you'll see throughout this, there'll be a few different links and things that y'all can go back to and look at later. They'll take you to some different information and tools that you can use. But with this here, of course, we have our main licensing contact number. So you can always call that number in case Ivy or myself are not in the office that day. They can put you in touch with someone who is. Our certificate of need program, which is specifically just for our home health. That's a contact number for them, as well as the Division of Medical Services, also just for the home health facilities. So if you have any questions about your certification, those survey process, you would contact Lakeisha right for that. All right, so we're going to start off with our in-home care providers. What I've done for each of these is I have taken the top 5 citations that we're going to go over today. And for both, I took all of the inspections for the previous year. So from January 1st, 2020, actually that would be 2 years, to December 31st of 2021. Of course, we did have the pandemic, so there may be a few less than you would normally expect. That's why we took a 2-year sample. For in-home care providers, we had 469 inspections in that time frame and 23 investigations. That gave us a total of 275 citations. So as you can see, many of those inspections, there were no citations at all, so that was wonderful. But for the ones that we did have, we're going to go over those today, and hopefully that'll help you all prepare for some of your upcoming inspections. So looking at this pie graph, you can see those top 5 citations there. All in total, that is probably a little over 2/3 of the citations that have occurred that we're going to discuss. All right, that first one and the most prevalent citation that we have, this is about 20%, we have 103J. And specifically what this is that the regulation specifies that the in-home care provider has to be available between the time of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Okay, and that is either in person, by page, or by phone. So when our inspectors come out to do their inspection, first they're going to see if somebody is there at the office. Hopefully that is still your office, but they're going to come there first. If nobody's there, then they're going to call. They're going to use the phone numbers that we have on file from your applications, okay? And then they're going to try to reach somebody that way. We do understand that some of y'all have smaller agencies. You may only have 1 or 2 people. You may be with a client. At that point, they would take a note and just kind of make a note. But if we don't get any answer and we're not able to reach anybody throughout the day, that could result in a citation. So make sure, especially when y'all are doing your renewals and in between those time frames, that y'all keep updated contact information on file for your facility. Okay. Next one, this is 400B. And again, I think this one was about 15 to 20%. And this is the annual TB risk assessment. And we're going to get into another one in a minute. I'm sure many of you know that the TB screening tests are no longer required for in-home care provider caregivers. However, you are still required to do the annual TB risk assessment. And there is a copy of that form in the back of the Regulation 61-122. If you need help finding that, you can contact our office and we'll be happy to provide it to you. That is a form that the department created that is a shortened version to make it a little bit more simple for you all versus the 7-page CDC form that many of our other facility types use. And that is primarily to see if you're located in a low, medium, high risk area of the state. All right, so this is 300B. And this one is talking about the caregivers that you have, they must be randomly drug tested, okay? Now you have to have a policy that is going to address that. You turn that in every year with your renewal application. So your policy cannot just say that they will only be tested upon suspicion. the state law requires that you have a process in place for random testing, regardless of whether there's suspicion or not. And the inspectors, when they come out, they should be verifying that you are following your policy. So whether that is all staff annually at some point get a test, or whatever, however you've written your policy, they should be verifying that you are following that policy. And again, this is not just the regulation, this is required by the state statute. All right, so this is going back to a little bit to what we discussed 2 slides ago. So this one, 400A, has 2 parts. The first part is discussing the health assessment. So all of your caregivers must have a health assessment prior to initial client contact. And that is another thing. Make sure that as you're doing your employee records, that y'all are keeping track of the first day that they had client contact, because that is something that the inspector will request when they're out there doing their inspection. And that might be the first day they're providing care. That could also be if y'all do hands-on training with your clients. So whenever they first have contact with that client, they should already have their health assessment prior to that date. All right, the second piece, which is discussing about the TB screening, that is the part that is no longer required. There is a memo that I'm sure many of you have seen out there before. I think that it was first issued around, I think 2015 or 2016. And essentially what that is, DHEC TB control, which advises us on all of our TB standards. They had looked at the CDC regulations and they determined that a caregiver is not a healthcare personnel, so they were not going to be required to do the TB test. Yes, they would be TB tested at that business, and they have to maintain it at that business. So they shouldn't be, it's called a separation of business. Okay, yeah, they could ask you for that, yes, as part of their. No, because that's a requirement of their regulation. So, you know, when they contract, it's their responsibility to make sure that any contracted person coming in to provide services also is meeting the requirements of their regulation. That's fine. That's fine. It's just we wouldn't cite you if you didn't do it. Not on our end, maybe on the nursing home side. Okay. All right, the next one is 300D. And this one is the in-service documentation and training. So for all of your caregivers, they are required to take a certain number of courses or training prior to having that contact. And let me go to the next slide. So this lists out all the different trainings. We have first aid, medication assistance. Of course, with our in-home care providers, we cannot administer medications. We can only prompt. We have essentially we call it specific person care. So depending on the clientele that you're going to have, your staff would need to have specific training to work with those individuals and their needs. Confidentiality and your client rights. Documentation and record keeping, ethics and interpersonal relationships, lifting and transfer, and your infection control techniques. So going back, sometimes we receive different questions about who can provide this training. The regulation just specifies that it should be done by appropriate sources and that it needs to be documented. when you document that, that needs to be signed by the individual who took the training as well as the individual who did the training. With the exception being if you took an online course that's going to give some type of certificate and there's no actual person prompting that, then we understand that there's not going to be a trainer's signature in that instance. All right, and so I just included a few common questions that we get. We get lots of phone calls every day. So there are just a few here. Again, when you get these slides, there'll be some different links and things that y'all can go back and look at. So one of the, oh, sorry. It depends on what the course is. So if it, say, was medications, then it would be somebody who has medication training. So it could be a nurse, could be a pharmacist, somebody along that line. Your first aid was typically going to be, you know, somebody who has training to teach in first aid. But if you have specific questions, you can contact our office and we can kind of go through it with you. Okay? All right. So going back to some of these common questions, the first one we usually get is, do we require in-home care providers to have a nurse? We do not. If you look at Regulation 61-122, it does not even mention the word nurse in that regulation. It's my understanding that there may be some other state agencies that you receive reimbursement from that may have other requirements, but for just a DHEC license, we do not require nursing. And in fact, in-home care providers are not supposed to provide any skilled nursing through their in-home care provider license. Okay? The next one, what is the difference between it? Okay, the in-home care provider is not providing skilled nursing. You can have a second business that you provide nursing through, but that is where we say a separation of business. So if you have an in-home care provider and you have a private duty nursing, they should have separate files. You can't have a staff member who's working both at the same time. It has to be separate. It can't be intermingled. Okay? All right. So the difference between your in-home care provider and your home health agency, there is a memo on our website that goes into a little bit more detail on this, but just kind of as a simple reminder, I've copied this section here for you, but with the in-home care, and this comes from our statute as well, the definition of an in-home care provider, they are primarily intended to assist an individual with an activity of daily living or in meeting a personal rather than a medical need, but not including skilled care or specific therapy for an illness or injury. So right there it says in-home care providers do not include skilled care, okay? All right, we discussed about that TB assessment, the annual TB assessment. There's a link here for that, as well as a copy of the regulation. All right, applications. So we are constantly getting lots of new facilities. And just as a reminder, all in-home care providers are required to renew their license annually, okay? And that's not just a fee, that includes an application. All right, so here's the link for your application. It is the same form that you're gonna use for any change to your license, to apply for a new license, for a renewal, to change your location. Everything is on this same form. All right, so again, when to submit an application, you're going to do that to open an in-home care provider business. You're going to do that annually prior to the expiration. If it's not in by that expiration, you could possibly have a late fee. And prior to any change of ownership, relocation, or a name change, you need to submit an application. And I know that previously, some years in the past, they maybe used to send that application out, maybe mail it out. That is no longer done. We're trying to go more automated with this. So there is a link to the application online. Sometimes as a courtesy, they may also send you a link to that application when they send you your invoices. But if you haven't gotten that, everyone should have a copy of their license and see the expiration on there. I suggest that you all take that expiration date, put it in your phone or whichever calendar you use as a reminder to complete that prior to the expiration. All right, so we're going to move on to our home health agencies now. Again, this is about a 2-year time frame that I took these citations. There was 133 routines done in that time frame, 13 investigations, only with a total of 36 citations. So those home healths, y'all are doing fantastic out there. There's not many citations, so that's wonderful. And just kind of as a side note, hopefully most of y'all are familiar that have the home healths. That regulation 6177, it is in the process of being amended. It currently has been approved by our DHEC board, and so it should be going for review with the House, hopefully during this session. But that's kind of where it is right now. If it is approved, if it does go through, typically what we do over at DHEC is once it has passed, we will have some type of a training session for the providers. So we can go over those changes with y'all and new expectations and the date for implementation, okay? All right, so the first citation for our home healths, again, we didn't have many to begin with, but these are the ones that did show up more often. The first one is 1002B1, and we're gonna go back to those TB tests again. So you need to make sure that all of your staff and volunteers have an annual tuberculosis skin test. And the following one, which also has to do with TB, this is that your staff and volunteers prior to contact with the patient, they have to have a two-step You have to have a two-step skin test. Yep, I got some slides, thankfully. We can finish from here. All right. I guess while she's working on that, the third citation, this is going to be 1201. And this is for your medication orders. So it says that orders for drugs and treatment shall be signed by a physician or podiatrist and incorporated in the patient's record maintained by the home health agency. Verbal and telephonic orders received must be signed and dated by a licensed nurse or licensed therapist. Oh, yeah, just one more. Thank you. All right, there you go. And if y'all hadn't noticed already, I didn't mention it earlier, but the parts that I've been kind of bolding and underlining, that's usually the parts of these citations that the different providers are actually getting cited on. Not that the whole thing isn't important, but usually that's where the issues end up lying. So besides the part about making sure that your verbal and telephone orders are being signed, there's also a second part down here that says that it cannot be signed any later than 30 days after the order was taken. So making sure that you stay within that 30-day parameter. All right, 1002A. And this one, again, has to kind of do with the health parts of your home health staff and volunteer records. So it says that they shall have a health assessment at least a year before patient contact. So again, as we were talking about with those in-homes, it's very important that for all of your staff, you track the first day of your patient or client contact and keep a record of that, because that's how the inspectors are going to determine if all of these different documents and trainings and things were done in a timely manner. All right, and then 901C, this has to do with your treatment plan. And so there's a few different things here underlined. The first being that it needs to be based on the interdisciplinary needs of the patient as determined by the assessment. So that means you need to have an assessment done before doing this treatment plan. The next part is that the plan shall identify desired and measurable clinical outcomes and the methods by which the outcomes are achieved. So your plan needs to specifically state what is going to be done and how those are going to be measured. Yeah, we're close. We're close. All right. And then again, your treatment plan, and I believe that this is very similar to those that are certified and are familiar with your CMS regulations. It says that it has to be approved and reviewed periodically, but at least or no later than every 62 days. So I believe that those two timeframes should match up. All right, and a few question and answers similar with the home health. So we have a link here for the home health application. Again, they have to renew annually. That needs to be done prior to the expiration. It needs to be done whenever there is a relocation, a change of ownership, to open a new one. Of course, if you want to add any counties for your home health that you're familiar with going through the certificate of need process, we would verify that you have a certificate of need before adding that county to your home health. In addition to those that have branch offices or need to move branch offices, those also require an application at that time. All right, we also have a link for your regulation here. All right, here's my contact information as well as Ivy's contact information and just the main number for healthcare quality, or previously what would have been healthcare health licensing. And then the next slide is just says questions. So any questions? Y'all just. Yeah, I don't work in that program, so you'd probably have to contact them directly to ask them about their fees. Probably that. I don't know if that dollar amount is right. I will say sometimes we might have people contact us and we'll try to put you directly to them or have them call you.
Tuberculosis test, TB test, which you're saying is y'all don't mandate nurses, so when you said the TB test is not mandated for us anymore because we're in a low area, that was a false statement by them? Because they said they went back to y'all and said that the TB test didn't apply to the caregivers, but it still applied to the nurses, which our nurses have very little contact with our clients.
This is an in-home care provider, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I haven't had that question from them. And again, with our regulation, we don't require nurses.
Yeah, I got gig for that too. Well, basically, what you're saying is, what Medicaid basically is saying when they come with your audit, the aides don't have to have TB tests anymore, but they say our nurses still have to have it, which they got their own rules and regulations, but they said it was following you guys' mandates, so.
I'm not sure who they spoke with. I've been with this program since March. I know that I did speak with somebody from DHHS last fall and informed them that we no longer required the TB testing, because I think that they, at that time, it was another presentation that we had done for another group, and they did list that as one of their most common citations, and I let them know at that time. I'm not sure if this happened before or after that. But I'm not sure. I guess for us, we wouldn't cite you. If we went out there, we wouldn't cite you for that. So I don't know if they're going off of their own requirements. If they want to contact us, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure who they spoke with.
Is there any way,
Wasn't
Kristen, any way you could reach out to them and see? And get what, get email me and I can let everybody know what
That's
you guys
fine.
find out. Okay.
Yeah, I can reach back
Because,
out to them and ask
like,
them.
like he said, we did, they took off some hefty points for that. So, yeah, so you're right about that. Any more questions? Because we got to tighten it up so we can get to the last panel. Hey, well, lady, she's getting ready to come around. If you got the SE Cares application, get them out so you can hand them to her and she can pick them up.
I just want to know, what exactly does the health assessment consist of? Do the aide needs to go to a doctor's office and have a health assessment, or is it something that we can put in writing that they have in place?
Okay, so we've had some recent questions about that. Unfortunately, the regulation 6122 as well as the statute don't specify who has to conduct it and what needs to be in it. I don't know with our, I guess,
Hey, y'all, hold it down a little
expertise.
bit.
And say, I don't know that we could specifically answer that question because typically that would be done by, say, LLR, who supervises the different licenses, and the different boards will say, what is a nurse allowed to do, what is a doctor allowed to do, et cetera. But because our regulation doesn't specify, pretty much what you have would be acceptable to us, so. Good? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause, y'all. They're not a big bad wolf. They want us to succeed. One hand wash the other. Any more? Well, thank you guys for coming out, man. It's been a pleasure having you guys, because some, like you say, some agencies won't come out and answer questions, and every time we call you guys, y'all always, hey, when, where. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us today, and y'all have our contact information if you need anything.
And hey, listen, everybody, everything that we go over today, all the slides, everything, you guys are going to get that when we send out the link it won't be next week, probably week after field, probably about 10 days. We'll send out everything that's included today, plus a little more. So you don't have to worry about that. So I didn't want you to have to think that you don't forgot something. So we'll email everything to you. We're going to do a couple prizes first before we get to this last part, because I like to give away prizes. Where your girl go? We'll take care of it.
So
Get you. Last four.
You need tickets. Compassionate Charles give away some amazing prizes. I had a Bluetooth speaker. We got all kind of stuff up here. Some Apple AirPods. Yes, I heard somebody say, what? Yes. Wireless speakers, some lamps. Who? Comcast. We got some clippers, so we got something for the guys. We didn't forget it. Well, a couple of y'all got bald heads, so give them away. Gotta make y'all laugh. What is this?
Got a smart camera.
A smart home security camera is getting really sketchy out there. That's gonna be very helpful. Lamps, even for your office. You need some security cameras for your office. Especially if you have those transportation vans with the catalytic converters, they hit us up about 3 times now. Those things are expensive. All right.
Hey guys, I'm gonna make one announcement. I just want to give a round of applause to my wife. She was able to recruit an amazing person for our Charleston office. Man, we met her. She blew us away, man. And I want to give a round of applause to our new office. Hey, who's from the Charleston area? Hey, be on the lookout for our office manager, Miss Megan Jackson. Stand up, Meg. Right here. She's on network with you. If you need us, she's going to be a phone call away. But, man, we are so pleased to have her. So pleased. Thank you, Meg.
All right. So the first one is 4108. 4108. All right, come on up. Give her a round. Listen, we got to learn how to clap for each other. What is really going on? What is really going on? All right. The next one, we're going to keep it moving. Oh, Shalani, you got to stir that up. They're not going to look at me and say, oh, she didn't stir it. All right, I need one. They're anxious. All right, 4109.
Come on up. There she go. Boy, that table hot.
09. Uh-oh.
That table is hot. What's going on?
Oh, that's her husband. Oh, goodness, Shalon. Let me see that.
Come on now.
No, you got
some in the water.
Make it look like the lottery, don't
Yeah, let's shake that. Shake it.
Shake that up. 4154. 4154. Let's clap.
Come on up.
Let's celebrate.
Come on up.
Celebrate these wins. We start with the little things first. Even if it's door prizes, let's celebrate each other. 4191. 4191. You cannot get the prize if you're not present.
Yeah, we gonna keep moving.
We're going to keep moving. All right. 4123. 4123. All right.
Does everybody got a ticket?
Everybody.
Okay. Babe.
4118. Come on up.
Yeah, get two out there.
Let's keep it going. All right. 4164. 4164.
4164.
No? All right. She said, I got to get a lamp. 4131. 4131.
4131. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. 4107.
Come on.
4107.
There you go. Thank you.
You 4107?
4107?
Oh, no? Yeah. Okay. 4204. 4204. Yes, thank you for initiating that celebration of that win. We all in this together. We have to be. All right. 4187. 4187. Yes.
4187. There we go. Come on now.
All right.
Oh, we got the alert camera next. This camera right here will let you be able to put it in your office and watch your staff while you're gone.
That's true. That's true.
While they're on the internet all day long, you can watch them. I see what you did.
Yeah. Trust but verify. Trust but you got it. 4173. Who gonna watch their staff?
4173.
Oh,
Keep it
good.
going. Keep it going.
Got to run that business with some security. 4147. Where we at?
4147. Come on up. We got a winner. She can watch her staff.
She can watch them good.
And ladies, you can even watch your husband.
Now, Charles.
Even better. Yeah.
Stay compassionate.
Oh no, let me be
Stay
quiet. Let me be
compassionate.
quiet. Let me be quiet. I'll be on that one something.
Stay compassionate.
You're right.
4132.
Oh.
4132.
Oh, we got a Chromecast. You want the Clippers or the Chromecast?
Oh, what can he do with that, Charles?
The Chromecast?
Yeah.
The Chromecast allows you to project whatever on your phone to the TV. You just plug it up to the back of your TV. It turns it into smart TV.
Oh, okay.
That's
I'm
what it
sorry,
is.
y'all. I don't watch TV. 4132.
4132. Oh, giving them Clippers. He can shave his head with it.
Oh, it's two from that text,
Yes.
Shalonda. You got to stir that
Oh,
up.
they shave good
They
too.
gonna get on me.
They shave good also. Oh, I'm glad a man won it.
4119.
Oh, this is the combo set right here. This is the speaker and Chromecast.
Oh, I told you compassionate.
You can say,
Charles
hey,
gives some good
hey
prizes.
Google, what's the way? Oh, okay. Cortella, we coming down to the meet and greet.
Okay. All
Oh,
right.
no. We coming down to the grand prizes.
All right. We got some grand prize. What's the one up first? Go ahead, Charles. Give me a
We got these
description.
Tenneco vacuum cleaners. You can even break it down to like a handheld vacuum.
Yeah.
And it's battery powered.
You ready? 4,
Oh, that's gonna be the grand.
1, 8, 1.
48181.
No, oh, okay.
We got a winner. Come on up.
Don't worry about it. We got two.
We got two.
You got another chance.
She's gonna go home and clean that office so good. Clean it up. You need any help toting that over there? Brian?
Stir it up.
Tote it over there for her. We don't need her exerting herself. Okay. We going to green one first.
Wait.
Yeah.
All right. Next one, same thing. 4, 1,
1.
3,
Y'all.
5. Who got it? Let's go, girl.
418. Come on up. Come on down.
Come on down.
You're up
Now-
on the next Price is Right.
Yeah. Now we're gonna say she just got her blessing because she gave Chrissy an amazing
yes.
compliment.
That's
now
amazing.
look at there.
Amazing way to suck up. She sucked up so good. You don't ever have to get worried about getting sauteed.
That's all right. They come to her office. She got one win.
Oh, look at those tickets. The grand prize AirPods coming up. AirPods. Oh, Pros. They're the AirPods
the pros.
Yes. Yes. You can have 2 iPhones and listen to this. You can listen to like 3 or 4 at the same time. It's a Pro. It's a Pro. Yeah.
For all of you all iPhone users,
Oh.
I'm Android. Well,
Android can use it too.
anyone
You can use Android as well.
Oh, they work on Android.
Yeah.
Okay. 4, 1, 0, 2, 1. Let's go.
4121.
God, you better hop up. I'm gonna give these away.
What? We was finna go again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Round of applause for all our winners.
Round of applause.
I'm going to tell you who the grand prize winner is. The grand prize winner today is me. For my great staff I got, man. We got friends that came in. We got staff that came in to help me out, man. I want to thank them so much. Thank all of y'all, man, because my speakers, they could have been anywhere else, but they chose to be with me. Thank y'all. But we're going to bring the panel up. Y'all come on up, grab a seat. Lauren, you need us to pick you up? Okay.
I got you.
Okay, come on. We got you.
Oh, girl, you
Who else?
working them heels
Well,
with
Key,
them.
man. Come on up, Thea.
All right, so this is a very important part to the to wrap it up. You get to ask these experts any questions, free will that you have written down to get you some clarity on what was discussed. I think I'm supposed to be up here too.
Has everybody turned in their SC Care applications? Does anybody have any at the table? Raise your hand if you still have it. They'll come around and get them.
Okay, and while they're coming around and get that, what is so important, very, very important, we have this once a year, but each year we listen to your feedback. There is a survey in the package, is that correct? It's on the table. There's a survey on the table. Give us your honest opinion. Give us that feedback. We really, really need that. We have a heart to be able to provide you some very good information, and that helps us when we go back to the drawing board to figure out, okay, what could we have done better? What are our needs for South Carolina to help us to understand what's going to help our healthcare providers, because we're in this together, right? Am I right? Okay, let's stick together. That is so important. So fill out those surveys, and like I said, give us your honest opinion. Get those filled in with the SC Cares. Another thing is making sure you get to know Compassionate Charles. I feel like he knows everybody. Everybody. He is a firefighter at heart. Did you all know he was a retired firefighter? He is. So, and he still has that spirit, even though he doesn't fight physical fires. I can call him. My last conversation, I'm gonna make you all laugh. I said, Charles, I am on fire. Medicaid got on my last nerves. I was just done with him. He has that promoter spirit. No, just calm down. I'm gonna get somebody on the phone and fix it. So if he can't help you, he definitely knows someone who can. So be sure to get his information, reach out to him, shoot him an email. He is definitely Mr. Compassionate.
Compassionate. I am compassionate. Seriously. I'm going to come out around. Anybody got questions for our panel? We got Mr. Akeem Watson, Dr. Wilkes. Who all we got? Lee from Paradigm. And my girl, Lauren. Lauren will change her name. She got recently married not too long ago. And she's getting ready to have number 2. But Lauren, let me tell you a little bit about Lauren. Lauren came to me when I was in business for like a year. And I told her, Lauren, I'm telling you right now, stick with me. Didn't I tell you, Lauren, stick with me. And now she's like a top salesperson now with am I lying? Awesome. Any questions?
Ask away, please.
Okay.
Hello. My question is for, I think I keep hearing that Medicare does cover, Part C covers home care services. And so could you clarify, can home care services ever, do Medicaid ever not Medicaid, Medicare ever reimburse for home care services?
You want me to answer that? You got it, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I can't go into the specific details of each carriers, but as far as I know, when it comes to home health care, there are some that would cover non-medical, but generally it's really, it has to be medically necessary. Thank you.
Can I piggyback off that? CMS passed that back in 2018, that Medicare Advantage plans was gonna start paying for non-medical home care. Some of the plans have started, but it's like 3%, 3 to 4. That was last year. We did a conference about this about 2 years ago, and it still hadn't grew that much, but they are starting to roll it out. And what you need to do is probably get with Dia, and she can talk more one-on-one. She can't just promote it right now because she works for 30 different companies, well, probably more than that, aren't you? But you guys can kind of research out what companies, what insurance companies, Medicare Advantage companies offer it, and then you can be able to bill that way. But you got to call, confirm it with them, because I tried it for like 2 different companies. We try to bill. It was a runaround. The family said, yeah, they pay, but always follow up, because most time they don't. But we did find a couple that did pay, and so they are out there. You just got to go find them. But they said in the next 5 years, it should be really out there, probably about 40% of them that will offer it.
And I can speak on that too, because I actually had a client that they paid for, and I believe it was Molina. And what they paid was for the family to go on vacation. It was just like 20 hours for the year. And you had to use all of that time in one setting. So it was just to give the family, so it's like a family relief program. That was just speaking on Molina on that, but it's still some very broad information.
Questions? Anybody? No questions? Okay.
Please don't be shy. Ask your questions. Listen, this is a very valuable conference. I've been to many. It's very valuable and very affordable. Some conferences will charge you thousands of dollars for this information and bring this amount of expert to the table. So ask away, please.
Well, this is a question for Paradigm and applying for VA. And right now in Columbia, it's not open. So do you recommend that we start now applying, so when it's open, we'll be already credentialed, or?
Yes, that's a great question. Paradigm, we do work with Optum. Right now, we are aware that Optum in some regions are basically turning down new providers. We will put you into the Paradigm queue. We work with Optum a little bit differently. So yeah, I would 100% recommend if you're gonna work with Paradigm, we'll get you into our queue. We are still able to process somewhere around 5 to 10 a week. But definitely get your ducks in a row, because eventually providers stop providing service to veterans, so on and so forth, so be ready, 100%.
Does Paradigm only bill for the VA, or do they also do other billing as well?
Currently, right now, we're doing the VA CCN, Community Care Network, what Matt spoke about earlier. By next quarter, we'll also be billing Medicaid, and then also quote-unquote skilled VA as well is coming in Q3. So currently, VA CCN is our main line of business. Next quarter, we'll have Medicaid live, including getting providers credentialed. And then by the quarter after that, we should be into skilled VA as well.
Good question. Good question.
Two questions. I don't know who can answer this, but one is, will we continue indefinitely to be able to do assessments remotely when we're doing 30 and 60-day assessments, 30-day initial, 30-day, 120-day? Right now, in the past, before COVID, the nurses had to go out to the individual's home. But now we can do it remotely. Is that planned on being forever, hopefully.
I don't have an answer for that. My name is Akeem. I'm with All Caregivers. I'm a provider as well. But I do think that we have influence as providers, especially when we work together. We can show community long-term care and DDSN that we are still effective working remotely and doing those visits remotely. And I think that's something that's important for us as Medicaid providers to come together, have discussions with the department about that, and let them see the value in us possibly not having to go into the home if that's what, we collectively can show.
And just to piggyback on what he said, just to add to that a little bit, because the virtual visits is a part of your CMS plan. So, and it came about with COVID and along with the CARES Act. So as long as that is in place, it started when we went up under the state of emergency. So it goes along with COVID. So for whatever reason, those change with the CMS, then that can also change too. So it's still up in the air, if that helps.
Okay, thank you. Second question is this. I should ask this when Kristen was here, but she was stating that we don't, non-medical home care company doesn't have to have a nurse involved in their agency. But just like what I was just talking about, doing assessments, we have to have nurses to do assessments. Even though we're a custodial Medicaid company, we're required to have nurses do assessments.
I want to say that's a good point and a nuance that we as Medicaid providers have to deal with. I take it a step further and say we don't get paid for those nursing visits, yet we're required to have a nurse. That's an unfunded mandate, and that's an area that, again, we have to come together and highlight the fact that we're doing a service for free. To comment on the fact that we have nurses under our employ that do those visits, I would say it's more of I guess it's considered more of a case manager type of role and not necessarily skilled nursing work that's being done when they're doing those assessments. I guess that's the only logic behind it, but I do think we need to let it be known that we have all of these nursing requirements that we're not being reimbursed for, and that makes it difficult for us to operate.
Just to piggyback off that a little bit, guys, we got to get together with, with CLTC because these rates are ridiculous. I don't, everybody is here because mainly VA is paying $30 an hour. That's why everybody want to float that way, because we can pay our caregivers more. We can better bottom lines, but like Akeem was saying, unless we come together, we might have to go on strike. I'm serious. Because unless something drastically changes, what else is it? Because every day my caregivers are coming up, Charles, when I'm gonna get a raise? And I'm already got them maxed out where we can have bottom line where we can operate. Unless good thing we do have VA where we can offer them VA cases kind of manage things out, but serious business, we got to come up with some, me and Akeem been talking about this for a couple of years. And I think it's getting to the point now we gonna have to get serious about it, because Akeem, didn't you guys meet with them like a year ago? And basically told you it wasn't anything on the table for home care or home health. So what you guys think? We got to.
I mean, I would just piggyback on that. I would definitely say it's power in numbers. And being in the healthcare field for over 20 years, just aside from the business, during COVID-19 and different things like that, nurses pulled together and they striked hard. So for example, that last bill that came out to say they required their vaccinations, They came together and they pushed for that, and they pushed that bill back, and it's not in existence as of right now. So just understand it's always power in the numbers and sticking together. So definitely just keeping that in mind.
Because we don't, they just don't really, they're just saying, well, what can they do? You know, companion is $9.50. And they're trying to be smart and mix that in with the personal care 1 and 2. But you're still paying this caregiver $10, $11 an hour. And they're saying, well, I'm still doing the same work. Do I clock out for a companion and then get back? Everything is mixed in. And you try to break that down to the case manager, they don't want to hear that. They're like, look, they need more hours. We need more money.
Yeah. I mean,
So we
because
gotta
they
do
can
something.
flip burgers for $13, $15 an hour.
Yes.
And we're taking care and saving lives.
You know, it's really a smack in the face with COVID as well. You know, we wasn't able to really give our, caregivers extra money during that time. They were still in the field. You know, a lot of you guys, really need to go back and thank your caregivers because we didn't lose any caregivers during COVID, but when we got our PPP money and any other monies we came in from grants or whatnot, we gave it back to them, man, because without them, it's no us. It's no us on that. But for us owners, we got to do something because I don't see anything at least the next year or two as far as raises. We did make a big fuss about the respite, and you see they did go up on it like $4 or $5, well, $4. So we're gonna have to organize some kind of way. Any questions? Any more? Guys, if it ain't any more questions, we ain't gonna beg you for them. We'll wrap it up. I know a lot of you, it's Friday afternoon. I know a lot of you guys want to get home anyway and beat the traffic. So I want to thank you guys again, man, for taking your time out Friday afternoon, Friday morning to come and learn, listen, and meet people, network. But look, I'm a phone call away if you need me. If you don't get me on a phone call, just text me, because I know a lot of you guys try to call me. Just text me and I will call you back. But for us today, give us about 10 days. We will have a link that you guys can download, watch anytime you want. It'll be your link to review it anytime you want. And you'll have those slides. We'll email you the slides and everything else if you didn't get the jump drive. So if somehow you don't get it, email us. Email Jasmine or myself, and we will get it to you. And our contact numbers are on the folders. I want to thank y'all. You want to close it out, Catella?
Yeah, well, let me go ahead and say, matter of fact, give yourselves a round of applause
Yes.
for investing in
I want to thank my panel,
yourself.
too.
Give yourself a pat on the back. It is not easy, especially with things change that hit you with an unknown compliance. It doesn't line up on the website like they say it should. So give yourself the hand of applause for just making it through and pushing through. Keep pushing. Let's stick together, and we can make it. Strive, level up. So let's go. So this is one event, but we expect to see you on SE Cares. Let's network and make it happen, right?
Oh, yes.
All
Thank you guys so much,
Thank
so
you.
much,
Drive
so much.
safe.
Drive safely home.
Pick up the, Tom left his cards at this table.
Oh, yeah,
Please
it
pick
is
that
some ta-
information up. And outside, we have Thea's information. Lauren, please see her.
Oh,
And Paradigm.
Hey, guys, I want y'all to come on. Hey, before you leave, I'm going to line up. Y'all, let's take some pictures. My backdrop over here. I'm going to come on over here. Y'all, let's take some pictures.
Lord.